Continuing with the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anthya Lila, text 124, chapter 3, text 122. After offering obeisances to the Tulsi plant and Ṭhākura, she sat down at the door. Hearing Ṭhākura, the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, she also chanted, "O my Lord Hari, O my Lord Hari." Purport. Herein, one can clearly see how a Vaishnava delivers a fallen soul by a transcendental trick. The prostitute came to pollute Haridāsa. Herein, one can clearly see how a Vaishnava delivers the fallen soul by a transcendental trick. The prostitute came to pollute Ṭhākura, but he took it as his duty to deliver the prostitute. As clearly demonstrated here, Shri Kishore Kishori Ji ki jai, Shri Bal Jagannath Subhadra Mani ki jai, Shri Gauranga Bhakti. As clearly demonstrated here, the process of deliverance is very simple. With faith and relevance, the prostitute associated with Ṭhākura, who personally treated her material disease by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Although the prostitute had an ulterior motive, somehow or other, she got the association of a Vaishnava and satisfied him by occasionally chanting in imitation, "O my Lord Hari, O my Lord Hari." The conclusion is that associating with the Vaishnava, chanting the holy name of the Lord and offering obeisances to the Tulsi plant or a Vaishnava all lead one to become a transcendental devotee who is completely cleansed of all material contamination. Text 123. When the night came to an end, the prostitute was restless. Seeing this, Ṭhākura spoke to her as follows. Text 124. I have vowed to chant 10 million names in a month. I have taken this vow, but now it is nearing its end. Purport. If one regularly chants 333,333 names daily for a month, 30 days, and then chants 10 more names, he will thus chant 10 million names. In this way, a devotee worships the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such worship is called a yajna. Yajna sankirtan prayar yajanti hi sumedasa. Those whose intelligence is brilliant accept this Harinam Yajna, the Yajna of chanting the holy name of the Lord. By performing this Yajna, one satisfies the Supreme Personality of Godhead and thus attains perfection in spiritual life. According to the external vision, Ṭhākura belonged to a Muslim family. Nevertheless, because he engaged himself in performing the yajna of chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, he became a regularly initiated Brahmin. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, 33rd chapter, 6th verse, Yannāmadheya shravanānukirtanāt yad pravanāt yad smaranādapi kvachit Asvādu api sadhya savanaya kalpate kuta punaste bhagavanu darshanat. Even if a devotee comes from a family of dog eaters, if he surrenders to the personality of Godhead, he immediately becomes a qualified Brahmana and is immediately fit to perform yajna. Whereas a person born in a family of Brahmanas has to wait until completing the reformatory process before he may be called a Samskrita, purified. It is further said in Srimad Bhagavatam, 12th canto, 1st chapter, 40th verse. Asamkrita kriyahina rajasa tamasavrita prajasta bhakshayasyanti mlechara rupina. That is, in the age of Kali, mlechas or low-born people have not undergone the purifying process of samskar, who do not know how to apply that process in actual life, and who are covered by the modes of passion and ignorance, will take the post of administrators. They will devour the citizens with their atheistic activities. A person who is not purified by the prescribed process of samskar is called a samskrita. But if one remains kriyahina, even after being purified by initiation, in other words, if one fails to actually apply the principles of purity in his life, he remains an unpurified mlecha or yavana. On the other hand, we find that Haridāsa Ṭhākura, although born in a mlecha or yavana family, became Nam Acharya Haridāsa Ṭhākura because he performed the Nam Yajna a minimum of 300,000 times every day. Herein, we find that Haridāsa Ṭhākura strictly followed his regulative principles of chanting 300,000 names. Thus, when the prostitute became restless, he informed her that first he had to finish his chanting and then he would be able to satisfy her. Actually, Haridāsa Ṭhākura chanted the holy name of the Lord for 3 nights continuously and gave the prostitute a chance to hear him. Thus, she became purified, as will be seen in the following verses. Text 125. I thought that today I would be able to finish my performance of Yajna, my chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. I tried my best to chant the holy name all night, but still I did not finish. Text 126. Tomorrow I will surely finish and my vow will be fulfilled. Then it will be possible for me to enjoy with you in full freedom. Purport. Haridāsa Ṭhākura never wanted to enjoy the prostitute, but he tricked her to deliver her by giving her chance to hear the holy name of the Lord while he chanted. Pure devotees chant Hare Krishna mantra, and simply by hearing this chanting from a purified transcendental person, one is purified of all sinful activities, no matter how low-born or fallen one may be. As soon as one is thus completely free from the reactions of sinful activities, he is eligible to render devotional service to the Lord. This is the process for engaging fallen souls in devotional service. As Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, 7th chapter, 28th verse, Yesham tva antagatam papam jananam punya karmanam te dvandva moha nirmukta bhajante mam dhradavrita. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated are freed from duality of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Text 127. The prostitute returned to Ramchandra Khan and informed him of what happened. The next day, she came earlier at the beginning of the evening and stayed with Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Text 128. After offering obeisances to Tulsi plant and Haridāsa Ṭhākura, she sat down on the threshold of the room. Thus, she began to hear Haridāsa Ṭhākura's chanting. And she also personally chanted Hari Hari, the holy name of the Lord. Text 129. Today, it will be possible for me to finish my chanting, Haridāsa Ṭhākura informed her. Then I shall satisfy all your desires. Text 130. The night ended while Haridāsa Ṭhākura was chanting. But by his association, the mind of prostitute had changed. Text 131. The prostitute, now purified, fell at the lotus feet of Haridāsa Ṭhākura and confessed that Ramchandra Khan had appointed her to pollute him. Text 132. Because I have taken the profession of a prostitute, she said, I have performed unlimited sinful acts. My Lord, be merciful to me. Deliver my fallen soul. Text 133. Haridāsa Ṭhākura replied, I know everything about the conspiracy of Ramchandra Khan. He is nothing but an ignorant fool. Therefore, his activities do not make me feel unhappy. Text 134. On the very day Ramchandra Khan was planning his intrigue against me, I would have left this place immediately. But because you came to me, I stayed here for 3 days to deliver you. Text 135. The prostitute said, kindly act as my spiritual master. Instruct me in my duty, by which I can get relief from material existence. Text 136. Haridāsa Ṭhākura replied, immediately go home and distribute to the Brahmanas whatever property you have. Then come back to this room and stay here forever in Krishna consciousness. Purport. Haridas Thakur's instruction that the prostitute should distribute to the Brahmanas all property she had at home is very significant. Haridas Thakur never advised a prostitute to give charity to the so-called Daridra Narayanas or poor Narayanas or any other such person. According to Vedic civilization, charity should be given only to the qualified Brahmanas, as stated in the Bhagavad Gita 18.42. Samodapmastapa saucham shantir arjavam evacha jnanam vijnanam astikyam brahma karma swabhavajam. The Brahminical qualifications are truthfulness, control of the senses and mind, tolerance, simplicity, knowledge, practical application of transcendental knowledge in one's life, and full faith in Supreme Personality of Godhead. Persons engaged in pursuing spiritual understanding have no time to earn their livelihood. They depend completely on the mercy of the Lord, who states in the Bhagavad Gita 9.22 that he personally carries to them all their necessities. Yoga Kshema Vahamyaham. The Vedic civilization recommends that one give charity to Brahmanas and Sannyasis, not to the so-called Daridra Narayanas. Narayana cannot be Daridra, nor can a Daridra be Narayan, for these are contradictory terms. Atheistic men invent such concoctions and preach them to fools. But charity should actually be given to Brahmanas and Sannyasis, because whatever money they get, they spend for Krishna. Whatever charity one gives to a Brahmana goes to Krishna, who says in the Bhagavad Gita 9.27, Yat karosi yat ashnasi yat juhosi dadasi yat tapasyasi kaunteya yat kurushva madap arpanam. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering to me. Everything actually belongs to Krishna. But so-called civilized men unfortunately think that everything belongs to them. This is a mistake of materialistic civilization. The prostitute, Vaishya, had earned money by questionable means, and therefore Haridas Thakur advised her to distribute to the Brahmanas whatever she possessed. When Śrīla Rupa Gosvāmī retired from family life, he distributed 50% of his income to Brahmanas and Vaishnavas. A Brahmana knows about the absolute truth, knows what the absolute truth is, and a Vaishnava, knowing the absolute truth, acts on behalf of absolute truth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Generally, one earns money by many questionable means. Therefore, at some time, one should retire and distribute whatever one has to the Brahmanas and Vaishnavas who engage in devotional service by preaching the glories of Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 137. Chant the Hare Krishna mantra continuously and render service to the Tulsi plant by watering her and offering prayers to her. In this way, you will very soon get the opportunity to be sheltered at the lotus feet of Krishna. Purport. At least 5,000 years ago, Lord Shri Krishna expressed his desire that everyone surrender unto me. Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam shranam vraja. Why is it that people cannot do this? Krishna assures him, Aham tam sarva papebhyo mokshishyami mashicha. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions, do not fear. Everyone is suffering from the results of sinful activities. But Krishna says that if one surrenders unto him, he will protect one from sinful reactions. Modern civilization, however, is interested neither in Krishna nor in getting relief from sinful acts. Therefore, men are suffering. Surrender is the ultimate instructions of the Bhagavad Gita. But for one who cannot surrender to the lotus feet of Krishna, it is better to chant the Hare Krishna mantra constantly under the instructions of Haridāsa Ṭhākura. In our Krishna consciousness movement, we are teaching our followers to chant the Hare Krishna mantra continuously on beads. Even those who are not accustomed to this practice are advised to chant at least 16 rounds on their beads so that they may be trained. Otherwise, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recommended Trinadapi Sunichena Taroreva Sahishnuna Amanina Manadena Kirtanya Sadahari. One should chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respects to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy name of Lord constantly. Sada means always. Haridas Thakur says, Nirantar Naam Lao. Chant the Hare Krishna mantra without stopping. Although Krishna wants everyone to surrender to his lotus feet, because of people's sinful activities, they cannot do this. Namam dushkritano mudha prapadyante naradhama. Rascals and fools, the lowest of men who engage in sinful activities, cannot suddenly surrender to the lotus feet of Krishna. Nevertheless, if they begin the chanting of Hare Krishna mantra and rendering service unto this Tulsi plant, they will very soon be able to surrender. One's real duty is to surrender to the lotus feet of Krishna. But if one is unable to do so, he should adopt this process as introduced by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his most confidential servant, Namacharya Śrīla Haridāsa Thakur. Ki jai. This is the way to achieve success in Krishna consciousness. Text 138. After thus instructing the prostitute about the process of chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, Haridas Thakur stood up and left, continuously chanting Hari Hari, Hari Hari. Text 139. Thereafter, the prostitute distributed to the Brahmanas whatever household possessions she had, following the order of her spiritual master. Purport. Sometimes the word grihavriti is substitute for the word grihavitta. Vriti means profession. The grihavriti of the prostitute was to enchant foolish people and induce them to indulge in sex. However, grihavriti is not a suitable word. The proper word is grihavitta, which means all the possessions she had in her home. All the girls' possessions had been earned by professional prostitution and were therefore products of a sinful life. When such possessions are given to Brahmanas and Vaishnavas who can engage them in the service of the Lord because of their advancement in spiritual life, this indirectly helps the person who gives the charity, for he is thus relieved of sinful reactions. As Krishna promises, Aham Tvam Sarva Papebhyo Mokshishyami. I shall save you from all the sinful reactions. When our Krishna conscious devotees go out to beg charity or collect contributions in the form of membership fees, the money thus coming to the Krishna consciousness movement is strictly employed to advance Krishna consciousness all over the world. The Krishna conscious devotee collect the money of others for the service of Krishna, and they are satisfied with Krishna's prasadam and whatever he gives them for their maintenance. They do not desire material comforts. However, they go out to great pains to engage the positions of prostitutes or persons who are more or less like prostitutes in the service of the Lord and thus free them from sinful reactions. A Vaishnav Guru accepts money or other contributions but he does not employ such contributions for self-gratification. A pure Vaishnava thinks himself unfit to help free even one person from the reactions of sinful life, but he engages one's hard earned money in the service of the Lord and thus frees one from sinful reactions. A Vaishnav Guru is never dependent on the contributions of his disciples. Following the instructions of Haridāsa Thakur, a pure Vaishnav does not personally take even a single paisa from anyone, but he induces his followers to spend for the service of the Lord whatever possessions they have. Text 140. The prostitute shaved her head clean in accordance with Vaishnava principles and stayed in that room wearing only one cloth. Following in the footsteps of her spiritual master, she began chanting the holy name of Krishna 300 times a day, 300,000 times a day. She chanted throughout the entire day and night. Text 141. She worshipped the Tulsi plant, following in the footsteps of her spiritual master. Instead of eating regularly, she chewed whatever food she received as alms, and if nothing was supplied, she would fast. Thus, by eating frugally and fasting, she conquered her senses. And as soon as her senses were controlled, symptoms of love of Godhead appeared in her person. Text 142. Thus, the prostitute became a celebrated devotee. She became very advanced in spiritual life, and many stalwart Vaishnavas would come to see her. Purport. Stalwart, highly advanced Vaishnava devotees are not interested in seeing prostitutes. But when a prostitute or any other fallen soul become a Vaishnava, stalwart Vaishnavas are interested in seeing them. Anyone can be turned into Vaishnava if he or she follows the Vaishnava principles. A devotee who follows these principles is no longer on the material platform. Therefore, it is one's strictly adherence to the principles that should be considered, not the country of one's birth. Many devotees join our Krishna consciousness movement from Europe and America, but one should not therefore consider them European Vaishnavas or American Vaishnavas. A Vaishnava is a Vaishnava and should therefore be given all the due respect a Vaishnava. Text 143. Seeing the sublime character of the prostitute, everyone was astonished. Everyone glorified the influence of Haridāsa Thakur and offered him obeisances. Purport. It is said, Phalena Parichyate. One is recognized by the result of his actions. In Vaishnava society, there are many types of Vaishnavas. Some of them are called Gosvāmīs, some are called Swamis, some are Prabhus, and some are Prabhupada. One is not recognized, however, simply by such a name. A spiritual master is recognized as an actual guru when it is seen that he has changed the character of his disciples. Haridāsa Thakur actually changed the character of the professional prostitute. People greatly appreciated this, and therefore they all offered obeisances to Haridāsa Thakur and glorified him. Text 144. By inducing a prostitute to disturb Haridāsa Thakur, Ramchandra Khan caused a seed of offense at his lotus feet to germinate. This seed later became a tree, and when it fructified, Ramchandra Khan ate its fruits. Text 145. This offense at the lotus feet of an exalted devotee has resulted in a wonderful narration. Taking advantage of the opportunity afforded by these incidents, I shall explain what happened. O devotees, please listen. Text 146. Ramchandra Khan was naturally a non-devotee. Now, having offended the lotus feet of Haridāsa Thakur, he became just like a demoniac atheist. Text 147. Because of blaspheming the cult of Vaishnavism and insulting the devotees for a long time, he now received the results of his offensive activities. Purport. Ramchandra Khan was a great offender at the lotus feet of Vaishnavas and Vishnu, just as Ravan, although born of a Brahmana father, Vishvashrava, was nevertheless called an Asura or Rakshas because of his offenses against Lord Ramchandra, Vishnu, and Hanuman, a Vaishnava. So Ramchandra Khan also became such an Asura because of his offenses against Haridāsa Ṭhākura and many others. Text 148. When Lord Nityananda returned to Bengal to preach the cult of Bhakti, love of Godhead, he began touring all over the country. Text 149. For two purposes, to spread the cult of Bhakti and to defeat the subdue the atheist, Lord Nityananda, the most dedicated devotee of the Lord, moved through the country. Purport. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 4.8, Paritrāṇāya sadhunām vināṣāya ca dushkritāṃ dharma samstharpanārthāya sambhavami yuge yuge. Lord Krishna appears in every millennium for two purposes, namely to deliver the devotees and to kill the non-devotees. His non-devotees also have two similar purposes: to preach the bhakti cult of Krishna consciousness and to defeat all kinds of agnostics and atheistic demons. Nityanand Prabhu carried out the order of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in this way, and those who strictly followed Nityanand Prabhu performed the same activities. There are two classes of devotees. One is called Ghostiyanandi and other is called Bhajananandi. A devotee who does not preach but always engages in devotional activities is called Bhajananandi. Whereas a devotee who not only is expert in devotional service, but who also preaches the cult of bhakti and defeats all kinds of agnostics is called a Goshti Anandi. Text 150. Lord Nityananda, who is omniscient because he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, came to the house of Ramchandra Khan and sat down on the altar of Durga Mandap. Purport. Well-to-do Hindu gentlemen constructed their house with a place called the Durga Mandap for the worship of goddess Durga. There they generally held worship of the goddess every year in the month of Ashwin, September, October. Ramchandra Khan possessed such a Durga Mandap at his residence. Text 151. When the Durga Mandap and the courtyard became filled with crowds of men, Ramchandra Khan, who was inside the house, sent his servant to Lord Nityananda. Purport. In those days, and also even now, the palatial buildings of respectable people, especially in the villages of Bengal, were divided into two parts. The inside part was especially meant for the family, and the ladies would live there unexposed to men. That part was called Bhitarbadi or inside house. In the outside house or Bahirbadi, the respectable gentleman received visitors and kept his business office. The Durga Mandap would be part of the outside house. Thus, when Lord Nityananda entered the outside house, Ramchandra Khan was in the inside house with the members of his family. When Nityananda Prabhu arrived, Ramchandra Khan did not receive him personally, but sent a servant to inform him directly to go away. Text 152. The servant informed Lord Nityananda, "My dear sir, Ramchandra Khan has sent me to accommodate you in some common man's house." Text 153. You might go to the house of a milkman, for the cowshed is spacious, whereas the space here in the Durga Mandap is insufficient because you have many followers with you. Text 154. When Nityananda Prabhu heard this order from the servant of Ramchandra Khan, he became very angry and came out. Laughing very loudly, he spoke as follows. Text 155. Ramchandra Khan has spoken rightly. This place is unfit for me. It is fit for cow-killing meat-eaters. Text 156. Having said this, Lord Nityananda stood up and left in an angry mood. To chastise Ramchandra Khan, he did not even stay in that village. Text 157. Ramchandra Khan ordered the servant to dig up the dirt in the place where Nityananda Prabhu had sat. Text 158. To purify the Durga Mandap temple and the courtyard, Ramchandra Khan sprinkled and smeared it with water mixed with cow dung. But still his mind was unsatisfied. Text 159. Ramchandra Khan's business was questionable, for he tried to avoid paying income tax to the government. Therefore, the government's Minister of Finance was angry and came to his residence. Text 160. The Muslim minister made his residence in the Durga Mandap of Ramchandra Khan. He killed a cow and cooked the meat at the very place. Krishna. Text 161. He arrested Ramchandra Khan along with his wife and sons, and then he continuously plundered the house and village for 3 days. Text 162. In that very room, he cooked the flesh of a cow for 3 consecutive days. Then the next day he left, accompanied by his followers. Text 163. The Muslim minister took away Ramchandra Khan's position, wealth, and followers. For many days, the village remained deserted. Text 164. Whenever an advanced devotee is insulted, for one man's fall, the entire town or place is afflicted. Text 165. Haridāsa Thakur walked until he came to the village known as Chandpur. There he stayed at the house of Balaram Acharya. Purport. The village of Chandpur is situated near the confluence of the rivers Ganges and the Yamuna and Saptagram in the district of Hooghly. Chandpur is just east of the house of the two brothers, Govardhan and Hiranya, the father and uncle of Raghunātha Das Gosvāmī, respectively. Father and the uncle of Raghunātha Das Goswami, respectively. In Chandpur lived Balram Acharya and Yadunananda Acharya, the priests of these two personalities. And when Haridas Thakur went there, he lived with them. Śrīla Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur says that the name of this village was later changed to Krishnapur. Text 166. Hiranya and Govardhan were the two governmental treasurers in that division of the country. Their priest was named Balram Acharya. Purport. The word Majumdar refers to a treasurer who keeps account of revenue. Text 167. Balram Acharya, being favored by Haridas Thakur, was very much attached to him. Therefore, he kept Haridas Thakur in the village with great care and attention. Text 168. In the village, Haridas Thakur was given a solitary thatched cottage where he performed the chanting of Hare Krishna Mahamantra. He accepted prasadam at the house of Balram Acharya. Text 169. Raghunath Das was the son of Govardhan Majumdar and was later to become Raghunath Das. Goswami was at that time a boy engaged in study. He came to see Haridas Thakur daily. Text 170. Naturally, Haridas Thakur was merciful towards him. And because of the merciful benediction of this Vaishnava, he later attained the shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lotus feet. Text 177. At the residence of Hiranya and Govardhan, discourses took place by which Haridas Thakur was glorified. O devotees, please listen to that wonderful story. Text 172. One day, Balram Acharya requested Haridas Thakur with great humility to come to the assembly of Majumdars, Hiranya and Govardhan. Thus, Balram Acharya went there with Haridas Thakur. Text 173. Seeing Haridas Thakur, the two brothers immediately stood up and fell at his lotus feet. Then, with great respect, they offered him a place to sit. Text 174. In that assembly were many learned scholars, brahmanas, and respectable gentlemen. The two brothers Hiranya and Govardhan were also greatly learned. Text 175. Everyone there began to speak of Haridāsa Thakur's great qualities as if they had five mouths. Hearing this, both brothers were extremely happy. Text 176. It was mentioned in the assembly that Haridāsa Thakur chanted the holy names of Krishna 300,000 times a day. Thus, all the learned scholars began to discuss the glories of the holy name. Text 177. Some of them said, by chanting the holy name of the Lord, one is freed from the reactions of all sinful life. Others said, simply by chanting the holy names of the Lord, a living being is liberated from material bondage. Haridāsa Thakur protested, these two benedictions are not the true result of chanting the holy name. Actually, by chanting the holy name without offenses, one awakens his ecstatic love for the lotus feet of Krishna. Text 179. When a person is actually advanced and takes pleasure in chanting the holy name of the Lord, who is very dear to him, he is agitated and loudly chants the holy name. He also laughs, cries, becomes agitated, and chants just like a madman, not caring for the outsiders. Purport. For an explanation of this verse, Bhagavatam 11.2.40, one may consult chapter 7, text 94 of Adi Lila. Text 180. Liberation and extinction of the reactions of sinful life are two concomitant byproducts of the chanting the holy names of the Lord. An example is found in the gleams of morning sunlight. As the rising sun immediately dissipates all the world's darkness, which is deep like an ocean, so the holy name of the Lord, if chanted once without offenses, dissipates all the reactions of a living being's sinful life. All glories to that holy name of the Lord, which is auspicious for the entire world. This verse is found in the Padyavali 16, an anthology of verses compiled by Śrīla Rupa Gosvāmī. Text 182. After reciting this verse, Haridāsa Thakur said, O learned scholars, please explain the meaning of this verse. Purport. But the audience requested Haridāsa Thakur, it is better for you to explain the meaning of this important verse. Text 183. Haridāsa Thakur said, as the sun begins to rise, even before it is visible, it dissipates the darkness of night. Text 184. With the first glimpse of sunlight, fear of thieves, ghosts, and demons immediately disappears. And when the sun is actually visible, everything is manifest and everyone begins performing his religious activities and regulative duties. Text 185. Similarly, the first hint that offenseless chanting of the Lord's holy name has awakened dissipates the reaction of sinful life immediately. And when one chants the holy name offenselessly, one awakens to service in ecstatic love at the lotus feet of Krishna. Text 186. Liberation is the insignificant result derived from a glimpse of awakening of offenseless chanting of the holy name. Text 187. While dying, Ajamil chanted the holy name of the Lord, intending to call his son Narayan. Nevertheless, he attained the spiritual world. For then to speak of those who chant the holy name with faith and reverence. Purport. This is verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 6.2.49. Text 188. Liberation which is unacceptable for pure devotee is always offered by Krishna without difficulty. Text 189. My devotees do not accept Shalokya, Shasti, Swarupya, Samipya, or oneness with me, even if I offer these liberations in preference to serving me. Purport. This verse is spoken by Lord Kapila, an avatar of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto, 29th chapter, 13th verse. Text 190. At the house of Hiranya and Govardhan Majumdar, a person named Gopal Chakravarti was officially the chief tax collector. Text 191. This Gopal Chakravarti lived in Bengal. His duty as chief tax collector was to collect 1,200,000 coins to deposit in the treasury of the emperor. Text 192. He had handsome bodily features and he was learned and youthful, but he could not tolerate the statement that simply by glimpsing the awakening of Lord's holy name one can attain liberation. Purport. Vaishnavas strictly follow the directions of the Shastras regarding how one can be liberated simply by slight awakening of pure chanting of the holy names. Mayavadis cannot tolerate the statements of the Shastras about how easily liberation can be achieved. For, as stated in the Bhagavad Gita 12.5, Klesho dariktaras tesham avyakta satachetasam. Impersonalists must work hard for many, many births and then only they will perhaps be liberated. Vaishnavas note that simply by chanting the holy name of the Lord offenselessly, one achieves liberation as a byproduct. Thus, there is no need to endeavor separately for liberation. Śrīla Bilvamangal Ṭhākura has said, Mukti Swayam Mukulitanjali Sevate Asman. Liberation stands at one's door ready to render any kind of service if one is a pure devotee with unflinching faith and reverence. This the Mayavadis cannot tolerate. Therefore, the Arinda Pradhana, chief tax collector, although very learned, handsome, and youthful, could not tolerate the statements of Haridāsa Thakur. Text 193. This young man, Gopal Chakravarti, became very angry upon hearing the statements of Haridāsa Thakur. He immediately criticized him. O assembly of learned scholars, he said, just hear the conclusion of an emotional devotee. Text 194. After many millions and upon millions of birth, when one is complete in absolute truth, in absolute knowledge, one still may not attain liberation. Yet this man says that one may attain it by simply by awakening of glimpse of the holy name. Text 195. Haridas Thakur had said, why are you doubtful? The revealed scriptures say that one can attain liberation simply by a glimpse of offenseless chanting of the holy name. Text 196. For a devotee who enjoys the transcendental bliss of devotional service, liberation is most insignificant. Therefore, pure devotees never desire to achieve liberation. Text 197. My dear Lord, O Master of the universe, since I have directly seen you, my transcendental bliss has taken the shape of a great ocean. Being situated in that ocean, I now realize all the other so-called happiness, including even the Brahmananda, is to be like the water contained in the hoof print of a calf. This verse is quoted from the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya, 14.26. Text 198. Gopal Chakravarti said, if one is not liberated by Namabhas, then you may be certain that I shall cut off your nose. Text 199. Then Haridāsa Ṭhākura accepted the challenge offered by Gopala Chakravarti. If by Namabhas liberation is not available, he said, certainly I shall cut off my nose. Text 200. All the members of the assembly who had heard the challenge were greatly agitated and, and they got up, making a tumultuous sound. Hiranya and Govardhan Majumdas both immediately chastised the Brahmana tax collector. Text 201. The priest named Balram Acharya also chastised Gopal Acharya. You are a foolish logician. What do you know about the devotional service to the Lord? Purport. The philosophy enunciated by the Mayavadis is called Ghatapatitya, pot and the earth. According to this philosophy, everything is one. Such philosophers see no distinction between a pot made of earth and the earth itself, reasoning that anything made of earth, such as different pot, is also the same earth. Since Gopal Chakravarti was a Ghatapatiya logician, a gross materialistic, what could he understand about the transcendental devotional service of the Lord? Text 202. You have insulted Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Thus, there will be dangerous position for you. You should not expect anything auspicious. Text 203. Then Haridāsa Ṭhākura got up to leave, and the Majumdars, the masters of Gopal Chakravarti, immediately kicked him out and dismissed him from their service. Text 204. With all the members of the assembly, the two Majumdars fell at the lotus feet of Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Haridas was smiling. However, he spoke in a sweet voice. Text 205. None of you are at fault, he said. Even if this ignorant so-called Brahmana is not at fault, for he is accustomed to dry speculation and logic. Text 206. One cannot understand the glories of holy names simply by logic and argument. Therefore, this man cannot possibly understand the glories of the Lord, holy name. Text 207. All of you may now go to your homes. May Lord Krishna bestow his blessings upon you all. Do not be so worried because of my being insulted. Purport. From this statement by Haridāsa Ṭhākura, it is understood that a pure Vaishnava never takes anyone's insults seriously. This is the teaching of Sri Chaitanya Mahāprabhu. Trinadapi snichena tarora eva sahishna e amaninamanadena kirtanya sirdahari. One should chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all senses of false prestige, and ready to offer all respects to the others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. A Vaishnava is tolerant and submissively like trees. And a Vaishnava is always tolerant and submissive like trees and grass. He tolerates insults offered by others, for he is simply interested in chanting the holy name of the Lord without being disturbed. Text 208. Then Hiranyadas Majumdar returned to his home and ordered that Gopal Chakravarti not be admitted therein. Text 209. Within 3 days, that Brahmana was attacked by leprosy, and as a result, his highly raised nose melted away and fell off. Text 210. The Brahmana's toes and fingers were beautiful like the golden colored champaka buds, but because of leprosy, he all withered and gradually melted away. Text 211. Seeing the condition of Gopal Chakravarti, everyone was astonished. Everyone praised the influence of Haridāsa Ṭhākura and offered him obeisances. Text 212. Although Haridāsa Ṭhākura, as a Vaishnava, did not take seriously the Brahmana's offense, the Supreme Personality of Godhead could not tolerate it, and thus he made the Brahmana suffer the consequences. Text 213. A characteristic of a pure devotee is that he excuses any offense by ignorant fool. A characteristic of Krishna is that he cannot tolerate blasphemy for his devotees. Purport. The characteristic of a Vaishnava and characteristic of Lord mentioned in this verse are very significant. In his Sikshastaka 3, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has taught the characteristics of Vaishnava. Trinadapi snichena taroreva sahishnuna amanina manidena kirtanya sadahari. A Vaishnava strictly follows this principle of being humbler than the grass and more tolerant than the tree, especially no honor from others, expecting no honor from others but offering honor to everyone. In this way, a Vaishnava is simply interested in chanting about the Supreme Personality of Godhead and glorifying Him. Haridāsa Ṭhākura epitomized this foremost order of Vaishnavism. Krishna, however, cannot tolerate any insults or blasphemy against a Vaishnava. For example, Prahlad Maharaj was chastised by his father, Hiranyakashipu, in so many ways, but although Prahlad tolerated this, Krishna did not. The Lord therefore came in the form of Nrsimhadev to kill Hiranyakashipu. Similarly, although Srila Haridāsa Ṭhākura tolerated the insult by Gopal Chakravarti, Krishna could not. The Lord immediately punished Gopal Chakravarti by making him suffer from leprosy, while instructing Srila Rupa Gosvāmī about the many restrictive rules and regulations for Vaishnavas. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has very vividly described the effects of offenses at the lotus feet of Vaishnava. Yadi Vaishnava aparadha hute hati mata Madhya 19.2 156. Offending or blaspheming a Vaishnava has been described as the greatest offense, and it has been compared to a mad elephant. When a mad elephant enters a garden, it ruins all the creepers, flowers, and trees. Similarly, if a devotee properly executing his devotional service becomes an offender at the lotus feet of a spiritual master or other Vaishnava, his devotional service is spoiled. Text 214. Haridāsa Ṭhākura was unhappy when he heard that the Brahmana Gopal Chakravarti had been attacked by leprosy. Thus, after informing Balramacharya, the priest of Hiranya Majumdar, he went to Shantipur, the home of Advaita Acharya. Text 215. Upon meeting Advaita Acharya, Haridāsa Ṭhākura offered him respect and obeisances. Advaita Acharya embraced him and showered respect to him in return. Text 216. On the bank of the Ganges, in a solitary place, Advaita Acharya made a cave-like home for Haridāsa Ṭhākura and spoke to him about the real meaning of Srimad Bhagavatam and Srimad Bhagavad Gita in terms of devotional service. Text 217. Haridāsa Ṭhākura accepted food daily at the house of Advaitacharya. Meeting together, the two of them would taste the nectar of discourses on the subject matter of Krishna. Text 218. Haridāsa Ṭhākura said, "My dear Advaitacharya, let me submit something before your honor. Every day you give me alms of food to eat. What is the necessity of this?" Text 219. Sir, you are living within a society of a great brahmanas and aristocrats. But without fear or shame, you adore a lower class man like me. Text 220. My dear sir, your behavior is uncommon. Indeed, I am afraid to speak to you, but please favor me by protecting me from the behavior of the society. Purport. While Haridas Thakur was staying under the care of Advaitacharya, he was afraid of the behavior of the society in Shantipur, Navdeep, which was full of exceedingly aristocratic Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas. Haridas Thakur was born in a Muslim family and was later recognized as great Vaishnav. But nevertheless, the Brahmanas were very critical of him. Thus, Haridas Thakur was afraid that Advaitacharya would be put into some difficulty because of his familiarity with Haridas Thakur. Śrīla Advaitacharya treated Haridas as the most elevated Vaishnava. But, uh, but others like Ramchandra Khan were envious of Haridas Thakur. Of course, we have to follow in the footsteps of Advaitacharya, not caring for people like Ramchandra Khan. At present, many Vaishnavas are coming to our Krishna consciousness movement from among the movement from the Europeans and Americans. And although men like Ramchandra Khan are always envious of such Vaishnavas, one should follow in the footsteps of Sri Advaitacharya by treating all of them as Vaishnavas. Although they are not as exalted as Haridas Thakur, such Americans and Europeans have accepted the principles of Vaishnava philosophy and behavior, should never be excluded from Vaishnava society. Text 221. Advaitacharya replied, "My dear Haridas, do not be afraid. I shall behave strictly according to the principles of revealed scriptures." Purport. Srila Advaitacharya was not afraid of the strict Brahminical culture and customs of society, as stated in the Shastric injunctions, which are the true medium of evidence of proof. Anyone can go back to Godhead, even if born of a low family. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 9.32, "Mam hi partha vyapashritya ye api syu papayonaya striyo vaishyas tatha shudras ti api anti param gatim." O son of Pritha, those who take shelter in me, although they may be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, merchants, and Shudras, workers, such and can attain the supreme destination. Though having taken a low birth in human society, one who accepts the Krishna as the supreme personality of Godhead is quite competent to go back home, go back to Godhead. And one who is bona fide candidate for going back to back to Godhead should not be considered a low-born person or chandal. That is also a Shastric injunction. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 2.4.18, Kirat Hunandara Pulinda Pulkasha Adhira Sambhaya Shadaya Shada Shayadaya Ye Anye Cha Papa Yadapashyasya Siddhyanti tasmai prabha Vishnave namaha. Not only the Yavanas and Khasdaya, but even those born in still lower families can be purified, Shuddhyanti, by the grace of a devotee of Lord Krishna. For Krishna empowers such devotees to perform this purification. Advaita Acharya had confidence in the Shastric evidence and did not care about social customs. The Krishna consciousness movement, therefore, is a cultural movement that does not care about local social conventions. Following in the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Advaita Acharya, we can accept a devotee from any part of the world and recognize him as a Brahmana as soon as he is qualified due to following the principles of Vaishnava behavior. Text 222. Feeding you is equal to feeding 10 million Brahmanas. Advaita Acharya said. Therefore, accept this Shraddha Patra. Thus, Advaita Acharya made him eat. Purport. Shraddha is prasadam offered to forefathers at a certain date of the year or month. The Shraddha Patra or plate offered to the forefathers is then offered to the best of Brahmanas in society. Instead of offering the Shraddha Patra to any other Brahmanas, Advaita Acharya offered it to Haridāsa Ṭhākura, considering him greater than any of the foremost Brahmanas. This act by Sri Advaita Acharya proves that Haridāsa Ṭhākura was always situated in transcendental position and was therefore always greater than even the most exalted Brahmana, for he was situated above the mode of goodness of the material world. Referring to Bhakti Sandarbha text 177, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur quotes the following statements from Garuda Purana in this connection. Brahmanam sahasrebhya satrayaji vishishyate satrayaji sahasrebhya sarva vedanta paragraga sarva vedanta vitkotya vishnu bhaktyo vishishyate vaishnavanam sahasrebhya ekanti eko vishishyate. A Brahmana qualified to offer sacrifices is better than an ordinary Brahmana, and better than such a Brahmana is one who has studied all the Vedic scriptures. Among many such Brahmanas, one who is devotee of Lord Vishnu is the best, and among many such Vaishnavas, one who fully engages in the service of the Lord is the best. Bhaktir Ashtavidhayesha Yasmin Mlecha Privartate Sa Viprendra Muni Srestha Sa Jnani Sa Cha Pandita Tasmai Deyam Tato Grayam Sa Cha Pujyo Yatha Hari. There are many different kinds of devotees, but even a Vaishnav coming from a family of Mlechas or Yavanas is understood to be a learned scholar, complete in knowledge. If he knows the Vaishnava philosophy, he should therefore be given charity, for such a Vaishnava is worshipable as Supreme Personality of Godhead. Name bhaktasya turvedi mad bhakta Pachapriya tasmai deyam tato grayam sacha pujyo yathayaham. Lord Krishna says, even if a non-devotee comes from a Brahmana family and is expert in studying the Vedas, he is not very dear to me. Whereas, even if a sincere devotee comes from a low family of meat eaters, he is very dear to me. Such a pure, sincere, pure devotee should be given charity, for he is as worshipable as I. Text 223 onwards. You can continue, Mataji. Hare Krishna. Comfortable? Yeah. Okay. You want to keep this? Okay.
No, it's okay. Text 223. Advaita Acharya was always absorbed in thoughts on how to deliver the fallen souls of the entire world. The entire world is full of non-devotees, he thought. How will they be delivered? Purport. Śrīla Advaita Acharya sets the standard for acharyas in the Vaishnava Sampradaya. An acharya must always be eager to deliver the fallen souls. A person who establishes a temple or matha to take advantage of people's sentiments by using for his livelihood what people contribute for the worship of the deity cannot be called Gosvāmī or Acharya. One who knows the conclusion of our Shastras, follows the footsteps of his predecessors, and endeavors to preach the Bhakti cult all over the world is to be considered an Acharya. The role of an Acharya is not to earn his livelihood through the income of the temple. Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Ṭhākura used to say that if one earns his livelihood by displaying the deity in the temple, he is not an acharya or Gosvāmī. It would be better for him to accept service even as a sweeper on the street, for that is a more honorable means of earning one's living. Text 224. Determined to deliver all of the fallen souls, Advaita Acharya decided to cause Krishna to descend. With this vow, he began to offer Ganges water and tulasi leaves to worship the Lord. Text 225. Similarly, Haridāsa Ṭhākura chanted in his cave on the bank of the Ganges with the intention of causing Krishna's descent. Text 226. Because of the devotional service of these two persons, Lord Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu descended as an incarnation. Thus he preached the holy name of the Lord and ecstatic love of Krishna to deliver the entire world. Text 227. There is another incident concerning Haridāsa Ṭhākura uncommon behavior. One will be astonished to hear about it. Text 228. Hear about such incidents without putting forth dry arguments, for these incidents are beyond our material reasoning. One must believe in them with faith. Text 229. One day, Haridāsa Ṭhākura was sitting in his cave, reciting the holy name of the Lord very loudly. The night was full of moonlight, which made the waves of the Ganges look dazzling. All directions were clear and bright. Text 231. Thus everyone who saw the beauty of the cave with the tulasi plant on the clean altar was astonished and satisfied at heart. Text 232. At that time, in that beautiful scene, a woman appeared in the courtyard. The beauty of her body was so bright that it tingled the entire place with a yellow hue. Text 233. The scent of her body perfumed all directions, and the singing of her ornaments startled the air. The tinkling of the ornaments startled the air. Text 234. After coming there, the woman offered obeisances to the tulasi plant, and after circumambulating the tulasi plant, she came to the door of the cave where Haridāsa Ṭhākura was sitting. Text 235. With folded hands, she offered obeisances at the lotus feet of Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Sitting at the door, she then spoke in a very sweet voice. Text 236. My dear friend, she said, you are the friend of the entire world. You're so beautiful and qualified. I have come here only for only for union with you. Text 237. My dear sir, kindly accept me and be merciful toward me, for it is a characteristic of all saintly persons to be kind toward the poor and fallen. Text 238. After saying this, she began to manifest various postures, which even the greatest philosopher would lose his patience upon seeing. Text 239. Haridāsa Ṭhākura was immovable, for he was deeply determined. He began to speak to her, being very merciful towards her. Text 240. I have been initiated into a vow to perform a great sacrifice by chanting the holy name a certain number of times every day. Text 241. As long as the vow to chant is unfulfilled, I do not desire anything else. When I finish my chanting, then I have an opportunity to do anything. Text 242. Sit down at the door and hear the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. As soon as the chanting is finished, I shall satisfy you as you desire. Text 243. After saying this, Haridāsa Ṭhākura continued to chant the holy name of the Lord. As the woman sitting before him began to hear the chanting of the holy name. Text 244. In this way, as he chanted and chanted, the morning approached, and when the woman saw that it was morning, she got up and left. Text 245. For 3 days she approached Haridāsa Ṭhākura in this way, exhibiting various feminine postures that would bewilder the mind of even Lord Brahma. Text 246. Haridāsa Ṭhākura was always absorbed in thoughts of Krishna and the holy name of Krishna. Therefore, the feminine poses of the woman exhibited were just like crying in the forest. Text 247. At the end of the night of the third day, the woman spoke to Haridāsa Ṭhākura as follows. Text 248. My dear sir, for 3 days you have cheated me by giving me false assurances. For I see that throughout the entire day and night, your chanting of the holy name is never finished. Text 249. Haridāsa Ṭhākura said, my dear friend, what can I do? I have made a vow. How then can I give it up? Text 250. After offering obeisances to Haridāsa Ṭhākura, the woman said, I'm the illusory energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I came here to test you. Purport. In the Bhagavad Gita 7.14, Lord Krishna says, Daivihaya sagunamayi mamamaya duratya ya mam eva ya prapadyante mayamakam tarantite. This divine energy of mind, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome, but those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. This was actually proved by the behavior of Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Maya enchants the entire world. Indeed, people have forgotten the ultimate goal of life because of the dazzling attractions of the material world. But this dazzling attraction, especially the attractive beauty of a woman, is meant for persons who are not surrendered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Lord says, Mameva ya prapadyante, mayametam tarantite. One who is surrendered unto me cannot be conquered by the illusionary energy. The illusory energy personally came to test Haridāsa Ṭhākura, but he arranged amidst her defeat. For she was unable to captivate him. How is that possible? It was because Haridāsa Ṭhākura, fully surrendered to the lotus feet of Krishna, was always absorbed in thoughts of Krishna by chanting the holy names of the Lord 300,000 times a day as a vow. Text 251. I have previously captivated the mind of even Brahma. What to speak of others? Your mind alone have I failed to attract. Purport. Beginning from Lord Brahma down to the insignificant end, everyone without exception is attracted by the illusory energy of Supreme Personality of Godhead. The demigods, human beings, animals, birds, beasts, trees, and plants are all attracted by sexual desire. That is the illusion of Maya. Everyone, whether man or woman, thinks that he is the enjoyer of the illusion energy. In this way, everyone is captivated and engaged in material service activities. However, because Haridāsa Ṭhākura was always thinking of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and was always busy satisfying the senses of the Lord, this process alone saved him from the captivation of Maya. This is practical proof of the strength of devotional service because of his full engagement in the service of the Lord. He could not be induced to enjoy Maya. The verdict of the Shastras is that pure Vaishnava or devotee of the Lord never thinks of enjoying the material world, which culminates in sex life. He never thinks himself as an enjoyer. Instead, he always wants to be enjoyed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, the conclusion is that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is eternal, transcendental, beyond the perception of sense gratification and beyond the material qualities. Only if a living entity gives up the false conception that the body is the self and always thinks himself an eternal servant of Krishna and the Vaishnavas, can he surpass the influence of Maya? Mami Vaya Prapadyante Mayamatam Tarantite, a pure living entity who thus attains the stage of anartha nirvati, cessation of everything unwanted, has nothing to enjoy in the material world. One attains this stage only by properly performing the functions of devotional service. Śrīla Rupa Gosvāmī has written, Adaushadata sadhu sangosh tha bhaya janakriya tatona tha nivrisiyat tato nishtha ruchistata. In the beginning, one must have a preliminary desire for self-realization. This will bring one to the stage of trying to associate with persons who are spiritually elevated. In the next stage, one becomes initiated by an elevated spiritual master, and under his instruction, the neophyte devotee begins the process of devotional service. By execution of devotional service under the guidance of the spiritual master, one becomes freed from all material attachments, attains steadiness in self-realization, and acquires a taste for hearing about absolute personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.4.15. If one is actually executing devotional service, then anarthas, the unwanted things associated with material enjoyment, will automatically disappear. Text 252 and 253. My dear sir, you are the foremost devotee. Simply seeing you and hearing you chant the holy name of Krishna has purified my consciousness. Now I want to chant the holy name of the Lord. Please be kind to me by instructing me about the ecstasy of chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Text 254. There is now a flood of the eternal nectar of love of Godhead due to the incarnation of Lord Caitanya. All living entities are floating in that flood. The entire world is now thankful to the Lord. Text 255. Anyone who does not float in this inundation is not condemned. Such a person cannot be delivered for a million of kalpas. Purport. The kalpa is explained in Bhagavad Gita 8.17. Sahasra Yuga Parayanta Mahar Yad Brahmano Vidu. One day of Brahma is called kalpa. A yuga or Mahayuga consists of 4,320,000 years, and 1,000 such Mahayugas constitute one kalpa. The author of Sri Caitanya Caritamrta says that if one does not take advantage of the Krishna consciousness movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahāprabhu, he cannot be delivered for millions of such kalpas. Text 256. Formerly, I received the holy name of Lord Rama from Lord Shiva, but now due to your association, I am greatly eager to chant the holy name of Lord Krishna. Text 257. The holy name of Lord Rama certainly gives liberation, but the holy name of Krishna transports one to the other side of the ocean of nescience and at last gives the ecstatic love of Krishna. Purport. In an indirect way, this verse explains the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. The Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, includes both the holy name of Lord Krishna and the name of Lord Rama. Lord Rama gives one the opportunity to be liberated, but simply By liberation, one does not get actual spiritual benefit. Sometimes if one is liberated from the material world but has no shelter at the lotus feet of Krishna, one falls down to the material world again. Liberation is like a state of convalescence, in which one is free from a fever but is still not healthy. Even in the stage of convalescence, if one is not very careful, one may have a relapse. Similarly, liberation does not offer as much security as the shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna. It is stated in the Shastra. Yanya Ravindaksha Vimukta Maninas Tvayi Asta Bhavad Abhishuddha Budayaha Budayayah Aruhya Krishrena Param Padam Pada Patanti Adho Na Dirta Yusmad Angaraya. O Lord, the intelligence of those who think themselves liberated, but who have no devotion is impure, even though they rise to the highest point of liberation by dint of severe penances and austerities, they are sure to fall down again into material existence, for they do not take shelter at your lotus feet. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2.32. Yusmat Angraya refers to the lotus feet of Krishna. If one does not take shelter of Krishna's lotus feet, he falls down. Patanti adhaha. Patanti adhaha. Even from liberation. The Hare Krishna Mahamantra, however, gives liberation and at the same time offers shelter at the lotus feet of Krishna. If one takes shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna after liberation, he develops his dormant ecstatic love for Krishna. That is the highest perfection of life. Text 258. Please give me the holy name of Krishna and thus make me fortunate, so that I also may float in the flood of love of Godhead inaugurated by Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu. Text 259. After speaking in this way, Maya worshipped the lotus feet of Haridāsa Ṭhākura, who initiated her by saying, just perform chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Purport. Now even Maya wanted to be favored by Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Therefore, Haridāsa Ṭhākura formally initiated her by asking her to chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Text 260. After this being instructed by Haridāsa Ṭhākura, Maya left with great pleasure. Unfortunately, some people have no faith in these narrations. Text 261. Therefore, I shall explain the reasons why people should have faith. Everyone who hears this will be faithful. Text 262. During the incarnation of Lord Chaitanya to inaugurate the Krishna consciousness movement, even such personalities as Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and four Kumaras took birth upon this earth, being allured by ecstatic love of Lord Krishna. Text 263. All of them, including the great sage Narada and devotees like Prahlada, came here in the guise of human beings, chanting the holy names of Lord Krishna together and dancing and floating in the inundation of love of Godhead. Text 264. The goddess of fortune and others, allured by love of Krishna, also came down in the form of human beings and tasted the holy name of the Lord in love. Text 265. What to speak of others, even Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaja, personally descends to taste the nectar of love of Godhead in the form of the chanting of Hare Krishna. Text 266. What is the wonder of the mighty servant of Krishna? His external energy begs for love of Godhead. Without the mercy of the devotee and without the chanting of the holy name of the Lord, love of Godhead cannot be possible. Text 267. In the activities of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the three worlds dance and chant, having come in touch with love of Godhead. This is the characteristic of his pastimes. Text 268. The holy name of Krishna is so attractive that anyone who chants it, including all living entities, moving and non-moving, and even Lord Krishna himself, becomes imbued with love of Krishna. This is the effect of chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Text 269. I have heard from the mouth of Raghunātha Dāsa Gosvāmī All that Swarupa Damodara Gosvāmī reported in his notes about the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 270. I have briefly described those pastimes. Whatever I have written is by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, since I am an insignificant living being. Text 271. I have described but a fragment of the glories of Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Hearing this satisfies the oral perception of every devotee. Text 272. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunātha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishna dāsa, narrate Sri Chaitanya Caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Purport. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purports to Sri Chaitanya Caritamrta, Anthya lila, third chapter, describing the glories of Śrīla Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Chapter 4. Sanatana Gosvāmī visits the Lord at Jagannath Puri. The fourth chapter is summarized by Bhaktivinoda Ṭhākura in his Amrita Pravaha Bhashya as follows. Śrīla Sanatana Gosvāmī came alone from Mathura to Jagannath Puri to see Lord Chaitanya. Because of bathing in bad water and not getting enough food every day while traveling on the path through Jharkhand forest, he developed a disease that made his body itch. Suffering greatly from this itching, he resolved that in the presence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he would throw himself under the wheel of Jagannatha's car and in this way committed suicide. When Sanatana Gosvāmī came to Jagannath Puri, he stayed under the care of Haridāsa Ṭhākura for some time. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very happy to see him. The Lord informed Sanatana Gosvāmī about the death of his younger brother Anupama, who had great faith in the lotus feet of Lord Ramachandra. One day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said to Sanatana Gosvāmī, "Your decision to commit suicide is the result of the mode of ignorance. One cannot get love of God by committing suicide. You have already dedicated your life and body to my service. Therefore, your body does not belong to you, nor do you have any right to commit suicide. I have to execute many devotional services through your body. I want you to preach the cult of devotional service and go to Vrindavana to excavate the lost holy places." After having thus spoken, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left, and Haridāsa Ṭhākura and Sanatana Gosvāmī had many talks about this subject. One day, Sanatana Gosvāmī was summoned by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who wanted him to come to Nimeshwara Tota. Sanatana Gosvāmī reached the Lord through the path along the beach by the sea. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Sanatana Gosvāmī which way he had come, Sanatana replied, "Many servitors of Lord Jagannath came and go on the path by Simhadwara gate of Jagannatha temple. Before I did not go by that path. Therefore, I did not go by that path, but instead went by the beach." Sanatana Gosvāmī did not realize that there were burning blisters on his feet because of the heat of the sand. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was pleased to hear about Sanatana Gosvāmī's great respect for the temple of Sri Jagannath. Because his disease produced sweat sores on his body, Sanatana Gosvāmī used to avoid embracing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but nevertheless the Lord would embrace him by force. This made Sanatana Gosvāmī very unhappy, and therefore he consulted Jagannatha Pandita about what he should do. Jagannatha Pandita. Jagannatha advised him to return to Vrindavana after the cart festival of Jagannatha. But when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard about this instruction, he chastised Jagannatha Pandita and reminded him that Sanatana Gosvāmī was senior to him and also more learned. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu informed Sanatana Gosvāmī that because Sanatana was a pure devotee, the Lord was never inconvenienced by his bodily condition. Because the Lord was a sannyasi, he did not consider the body better than another, one body better than another. The Lord also informed him that he was maintaining Sanatana and the other devotees just like a father. Therefore, the moisture oozing from Sanatana's itching skin did not affect the Lord at all. After speaking with Sanatana Gosvāmī in this way, the Lord again embraced him, and after this embrace, Sanatana Gosvāmī became free from the disease. The Lord ordered Sanatana Gosvāmī to stay with him for that year, and the next year, after seeing the Raghunātha festival, he left Purushottama Kshetra and returned to Vrindavana. After meeting Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Rupa Gosvāmī also returned to Bengal, where he remained for 1 year. Whatever money he owned, he distributed among his relatives, the Brahmanas, and the temples. In this way, he completely retired and returned to Vrindavana to meet Sanatana Gosvāmī. After narrating these incidents, Krishnadasa Kaviraja Gosvāmī has given a list of the main books of Sanatana Gosvāmī, Sri Rupa Gosvāmī, and Jiva Gosvāmī. Text 1. When Sanatana Gosvāmī returned to Vrindavana, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu affectionately saved him from his determination to commit suicide. Then, after testing him, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu purified his body. Text 2. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, all glories to Lord Nityananda, and all glories to Advaita Acharya, all glories to all the devotees of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 3. When Srila Rupa Gosvāmī returned from Jagannath Puri to Bengal, Sanatana Gosvāmī went from Mathura to Jagannath Puri to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 4. Sanatana Gosvāmī walked alone on the path through Ṭhākura forest in central India. Sometimes he fasted and sometimes he would eat. Text 5. Because of the bad water in the Jharikhanda forest and because of fasting, Sanatana Gosvāmī contracted a disease that made his body itch. Thus he was afflicted with itching sores from which fluid oozed. Text 6. In disappointment, Sanatana Gosvāmī said, I am of a low caste, and my body is useless for devotional service. Text 7. When I go to Jagannath Puri, I shall not be able to see Lord Jagannath, nor shall I always be able to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 8. I have heard that the residential quarters of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are near the temple of Jagannath, but I shall not have the power to go near the temple. Text 9. The servants of Lord Jagannath generally move about tending to their duties, but if they touch me, I shall be an offender. Text 10. Therefore, if I sacrifice this body in a good place, my unhappiness will be mitigated and I shall attain an exalted destination. Text 11. During the Ratha Yatra festival, the Lord Jagannath comes out of the temple. I shall give up this body under the wheel of his car. Text 12. After seeing Lord Jagannath, I shall give up my body under the wheel of the car in the presence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This will be the highest benediction of my life. Text 13. Having made this resolution, Sanatana Gosvāmī went to Nilatsala, where he asked directions from people and approached the residence of Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Text 14. He offered his respects to the lotus feet of Haridāsa Ṭhākura, who knew him and thus embraced him. Text 15. Sanatana Gosvāmī was very eager to see the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, Haridāsa Ṭhākura said, the Lord is coming here very soon. Text 16. At that very moment, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, after visiting the temple of Jagannath to see the offering of Upala Bhoga, morning refreshments, came with his other devotees to see Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Text 17. After seeing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, both Haridāsa Ṭhākura and Sanatana Gosvāmī immediately fell flat like rods to the offer obeisances. The Lord then lifted Haridāsa and embraced him. Text 18. Haridāsa Ṭhākura said to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, there is Sanatana Gosvāmi's offering his obeisances. Seeing Sanatana Gosvāmi, Lord was greatly surprised. Text 19. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came forward to embrace him, Sanatana backed away and spoke as follows. My Lord, please do not touch me. I fall at your lotus feet. I am the lowest of men, having been born of a low caste. Before that, I have infection. Besides that, I have infections on my body. Text 21. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, however, embraced Sanatana Gosvāmi by force. Thus the moisture oozing from the itching source touched the transcendental body of Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu. Text 22. The Lord introduced all the devotees to Sanatana Gosvāmī, who offered his respectful obeisance unto the lotus feet of them all. Text 23. The Lord and his devotees sat on the raised platform, and below that sat Haridāsa, Ṭhākura, and Sanatana Gosvāmī. Text 24. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu inquired from Sanatana about news of his well-being. Sanatana replied, "Everything is auspicious because I have seen your lotus feet." Text 25. When the Lord asked about all of the Vaishnavas in Mathura, Sanatana Gosvāmī informed him that their good health and of their good health and fortune. Text 26. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu informed Sanatana Gosvāmī, Śrīla Rupa Gosvāmī was here for 10 months. He left for Bengal just 10 days ago. Text 27. Your brother Anupama is now dead. He was a very good devotee who had firm conviction in Raghunātha, Lord Ramachandra. Text 28. Sanatana Gosvāmī said, I was born in a low family, for my family commits all kinds of irreligious acts that violate the scriptural injunctions. Text 29. My Lord, without hatred for my family, you have accepted me as your servant. Only by your mercy is there good fortune in my family. Text 30. From the very beginning of his childhood, my younger brother Anupama was a great devotee of Raghunātha, Lord Ramachandra, and he worshipped him with great determination. Text 31. He always chanted the holy name Raghunātha and meditated upon him. He continuously heard about the activities of Lord from the Ramayana and chanted about them. Text 32. Rupa and I are his elder brothers. He stayed with us continuously. Text 33. He heard Srimad Bhagavatam and talks about Lord Krishna with us, and both of us examined him. Text 34. Dear Vallabha, we said, please hear from us. Lord Krishna is supremely attractive. His beauty, sweetness, and pastimes of love are without limit. Text 35. Engage yourself in devotional service of Krishna with the two of us. We three brothers shall stay together and enjoy discussing the pastimes of Lord Krishna. Text 36. In this way, we spoke to him again and again, and because of this persuasion and his respect for us, his mind turned somewhat toward our instructions. Text 37. Vallabha replied, my dear brothers, how can I disobey your orders? Initiate me into the Krishna mantra so that I may perform devotional service to Lord Krishna. Text 38. After saying this, at night he began to think, how shall I give up the lotus feet of Lord Raghunātha? Text 39. He stayed up all night and cried. In the morning he came to us and submitted the following plea. Text 40. I have sold my head to at the lotus feet of Lord Ramachandra. I cannot take it away. That would be too painful for me. Text 41. The two of you please be merciful to me and order me in such way that life after life I may serve the lotus feet of Lord Raghunātha. Text 42. It is impossible for me to give up the lotus feet of Lord Raghunātha. When I even think of giving them up, my heart breaks. Text 43. Upon hearing this, we each embraced him and encouraged him by saying, you are a great saintly devotee, for your determination in devotional service is fixed. In this way, we praised him. Text 44. My dear Lord, the family upon which you bestow even a little mercy is always fortunate, for such mercy makes all miseries disappear. Text 45. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu said, there was a similar incident concerning Murari Gupta. Formerly, I examined him, and his determination was similar. Text 46. Glorious is that devotee who does not give up the shelter of his Lord, and glorious is that Lord who does not abandon his servant. Text 47. If by chance the servant falls down and goes somewhere else, glorious is that master who captures him and brings him back by the fear. Text 48. It is very good that you have arrived here. Now stay in this room with Haridāsa Ṭhākura. Both of you are expert in understanding the mellows of Lord Krishna's devotional service. Therefore, you should both continue relishing the taste for such activities and chanting Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Text 50. Having said this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu got up and left, and through Govinda, he sent prasadam for them to eat. Text 51. In this way, Sanatana Gosvāmī stayed under the care of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He would see the wheel on the pinnacle of Jagannatha temple and offer respectful obeisances. Text 52. Every day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would go there to meet these two stalwart devotees and discuss topics of Krishna with them for some time. Text 53. The offerings of prasadam in the temple of Lord Jagannath were of the highest quality. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would bring this prasadam and deliver it to the two devotees. Text 54. One day when the Lord came to meet them, he suddenly began speaking to Sanatana Gosvāmī. Text 55. My dear Sanatana, he said, if I could attain Krishna by committing suicide, I would certainly give up millions of bodies without a moment's hesitation. Text 56. You should know that one cannot attain Krishna simply by giving up the body. Krishna is attainable by devotional service. There is no other means for attaining him. Text 57. Acts such as suicide are influenced by the mode of ignorance. And in ignorance and passion, one cannot understand who Krishna is. Text 58. Unless one discharges devotional service, one cannot awaken one's dormant love for Krishna, and there is no means for attaining him or other than awakening that dormant love. Text 59. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, said, my dear Uddhava, neither through Ashtanga Yoga, the mystic yoga system for controlling the senses, nor through impersonal monism or an analytical study of the absolute truths, nor through study of the Vedas, nor through austerities, charity, or acceptance of sannyasa can one satisfy me as much as by developing unalloyed devotional service unto me. Purport. This verse is from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.14.20, text 60. Measures like suicide are causes for sin. A devotee never achieves shelter at Krishna's lotus feet by such actions. Text 61. Because of feelings of separation from Krishna, an exalted devotee sometimes wants to give up his life. But by such ecstatic love, however, one attains the audience of Krishna, and at that time he cannot give up his body. Text 62. One who is deeply in love with Krishna cannot tolerate separation from the Lord. Therefore, such a devotee always desires his own death. Text 63. O lotus-eyed one, great personalities like Lord Shiva desire to bathe in the dust of your lotus feet to drive away ignorance. If I do not get the mercy of your lordship, I shall observe vows to reduce the duration of my life, and thus I shall give up bodies for hundreds of births if it is possible to get your mercy in that way. Purport. This verse was spoken by Rukmi Devi in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.52.43. Rukmi Devi, the daughter of King Vishmaka, had heard about Krishna's transcendental attributes, and thus she desired to get Krishna as her husband. Unfortunately, her elder brother Rukmi was envious of Krishna and therefore wanted her to be offered to Shishupala. When Rukmini became aware of this, she was greatly aggrieved. Thus she wrote Krishna a confidential letter, which was presented and read to him by Brahmana messenger. This verse appeared in that letter, text 64. O dear Krishna, by your smiling glances and melodious talk, you have awakened a fire of lusty desire in our hearts. Now you should distinguish that fire with a stream of nectar from your lips by kissing us. Kindly do this. Otherwise, dear friend, the fire within our hearts will burn our bodies to ashes because of separations from you. Thus, by meditation, we shall claim shelter at your lotus feet. Purport. This verse, Bhagavad Gita 10.29.35, was spoken by the gopis when they were attracted by the vibration of Krishna's lute in the moonlight of autumn. All of them being maddened came to Krishna, but to increase the ecstatic love, Krishna gave them moral instructions to return home. The gopis did not care for these instructions. They wanted to be kissed by Krishna, for they had come there with lusty desires to dance with him. Text 65. Chaitanya Mahāprabhu told Sanatana Gosvāmī, give up all your nonsensical desires, for they are unfavorable for getting shelter in the lotus at the lotus feet of Krishna. Engage yourself in chanting and hearing, then you will soon achieve the shelter of Krishna without a doubt. Text 66. A person born in low family is not unfit for discharging devotional service for Lord Krishna, nor one is fit for devotional service simply because he is born in an aristocratic family of Brahmanas. Text 67. Anyone who takes a devotion to devotional service is exalted, whereas a non-devotee is always condemned and abominable. Therefore, in the discharge of devotional service to the Lord, there is no consideration of the status of one's family. Text 68. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is always favorable to the humble and meek, but aristocrats, learned scholars, and the wealthy are always proud of their possessions. Text 69. One may be born in a Brahmana family and have all 12 Brahminical qualities, but if in spite of being thus qualified, he is not devoted to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, who has a navel shaped like a lotus, he is not as good as a Kandala, who has dedicated his mind, words, activities, and wealth and life to the service of the Lord. Simply to take birth in a Brahmana family or to have Brahminical quality is not sufficient. One must be pure devotee of the Lord. This is Svatvatsa or Kandala, a devotee. He delivers not only himself, his entire family as well. Whereas Brahmana, who is not a devotee, but simply has Brahminical qualifications, cannot even purify himself, what to speak of his family. Purport. This is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.10, text 70. Among the ways of executing devotional service, the 9 prescribed methods are the best, for these processes have great potency to deliver Krishna and ecstatic love for him. Purport. The 9 kinds of devotional service are mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5.23. Shravanam Kirtanam Vishno, Smaranam Padasevanam, Archanam Vandanam Dasyam, Sakyam Atma Nivedanam. These 9 are hearing, chanting, remembering Krishna, offering service to Krishna's lotus feet, offering worship in the temple, offering prayers, working as a servant, making friendship with Krishna, and unreservedly surrendering to Krishna. These 9 processes of devotional service can grant one Krishna and ecstatic love for him. In the beginning, one has to discharge devotional service according to the regulative principles. But gradually, as devotional service becomes one's life and soul, one achieves the most exalted position of ecstatic love for Krishna. Ultimately, Krishna is the goal of life. One need to not have taken birth in an aristocratic Brahmana family to attain the lotus feet of Krishna, nor is a person born in a low family and unfit for achieving Krishna's lotus feet. In Srimad Bhagavatam 3.6 to 3.7, Devahuti says to Kapila Deva, Ahobata Shvapatso to Gariyam, Yaj Jigvar Gre Vartate Nama Tukyam, Tepuslapaste Jo Huva Buch, Sas Nur Arya, Brahmana Nuchur Nama Garnati Yete. Oh my Lord, even a person born in a low family of dog eaters is glorious if he always chants the holy name of the Lord. Such a person has already performed all types of austerities, penances, and Vedic sacrifices, has already bathed in the sacred rivers, and has also studied all the Vedic literature. Thus, he has become an exalted personality. Similarly, Kunti Devi says to Lord Krishna, Janmaishvarya Shruta Shivhir, Edha Mana Madah Puman, Naivarhati Abdin Hatumbai, Tvam Akinsama Gotsaram. A person who is proud of his birth, opulence, knowledge, and beauty cannot achieve your lotus feet. You are available only to humble and meek, not to the proud. Bhagavad Gita 1.8.26. Text 71. Of 9 processes of devotional service, the most important is to always chant the holy name of the Lord. If one does so, avoiding the 10 kinds of offenses, one very easily attains the most valuable love of Godhead. Purport. Śrīla Jiva Gosvāmī Prabhu gives the following directions in his Bhakti Sandarbha, text 270. Iyam ca kirtanakya bhaktir bhavato dravya jati guna kayabhir dina janaika vishya para karuna maiti shruti puranadhi vishruti atayeva kalau svabhavata evati dineshu lakashu abhirbhuyatan anasanaiva tad yuga gata maha sadhananam sarvameva phalam dadanasa kirtatyati yataiva tayaiva kalau bhagavato vishatas tash santosho bhavati. Chanting the holy name is the chief means of attaining love of Godhead. This chanting of devotional service does not depend on any paraphernalia, nor one's having taken birth in a good family. By humility and meekness, one attracts the attention of Krishna. That is the verdict of all the Vedas. Therefore, if one becomes very humble and meek, he can easily attain the lotus feet of Krishna at this age of Kali. That is the fulfillment of all great sacrifices, penances, and austerities, because when one achieves ecstatic love of Godhead, he attains the complete perfection of life. Therefore, whatever one does in executing devotional service must be accompanied by the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. The chanting of the holy name of Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, has been praised by Srila Rupa Gosvāmī in his Namashtaka, verse 1. Nikhila Shruti Mauli, Ratnamala, Kyuti Nirajata Pada, Padkanjanta, Ayimukta Kulai Upasyamanam, Paritasvam Hari Nama Samshurayami. O Harinama, the tips of the toes of your lotus feet are constantly being worshipped by the glowing radiance emanating from this string of gems known as Upanishads and crown jewels of all the Vedas. You are eternally adored by liberated souls such as Narada and Shukadeva. O Harinama, I take complete shelter of you. Similarly, Srila Sanatana Gosvāmī has praised the chanting of the holy name as follows in his Brihad Bhagavatamrta, Part 1, Chapter 1, Verse 9. Jayati Jayati Nama Nanda Rupa Murare Viramita Nija Dharma Dhyana Pujadi Yatnam Katamapi Sakredatam Muktidam Praninam Yat Paramam Amtam Ekam Jivanam Bhushanam Me. All glories to all the blissful holy name of Sri Krishna, which causes the devotee to give up all conventional religious duties, meditation, and worship. When somehow or other uttered even once by the living entity, the holy name awards him liberation. The holy name of Krishna is the highest nectar. It is my very life and my only treasure. In Srimad Bhagavatam 2.1.11, Shukadeva Goswami says, Itan nirvidya mananam is chantam akuto bhayam yoginam nirpanitam harer nama nukirtanam. O King, constant chanting of the holy name of the Lord after the base of the great authorities is a doubtless and fearless way of success for all, including those who are free from all material desires, those who are desirers of all material enjoyment, and those who are self-satisfied by dint of transcendental knowledge. In Srimad Bhagavatam 6.3.22, Yamaraja says, Etmami valokesmin pumsham dharmam para smirta bhakti yoga bhagavati tannama grahanandibih. Devotional service, beginning with the chanting of the holy name of the Lord, is the ultimate religious principle for the living and for the living entity in human society. Similarly, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said in his Shikshashtaka Sri Trinada Pisudnicata Tavor Iva Sahishnumna Amanina Manadina Kirtanaya Sadahari. One should chant the holy name of the Lord in humble state of mind, taking oneself lower than the straw on the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. Regarding the 10 offenses in chanting the holy name, one may refer to Adi Lila, chapter 8, verse 24.
Yeah. Which 72 text?
Yeah, text 72.
Yes. Yes. Text 72, translation. After hearing this, Sanatana Goswami was exceedingly astonished. He could understand my decision to commit suicide has not been greatly appreciated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 73. Sanatana Goswami concluded, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who knows everything, past, present, and future, has forbidden me to commit suicide. He then fell down, touching the lotus feet of the Lord, and spoke to him as follows. Text 74. Translation. My Lord, you are the omniscient, merciful, independent, supreme Lord, exactly like an instrument of wood. I dance as you make me to do so. Text 75, translation. I am low born. Indeed, I am the lowest. I am condemned, for I have all the characteristics of a sinful man. If you keep me alive, what will be the profit? Text 76, translation. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Your body is my property. You have already surrendered unto me. Therefore, you no longer have any claim to your body. Text 77, translation. Why should you want to destroy another's property? Can't you consider what is right and wrong? Text 78, translation. Your body is my principal instrument for executing many necessary functions. By your body, I shall carry out many tasks. Text 79. You shall have to ascertain the basic principles of a devotee, devotional service, love of Godhead, Vaishnava duties, and Vaishnava characteristics. Text 80. You will also have to explain Krishna's devotional service, establish centers for cultivation of love of Krishna, excavate lost places of pilgrimage, and teach people how to adopt the renounced order. Text 81. Mathura Vrindavana is my own very dear abode. I want to do many things there to preach Krishna consciousness. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to accomplish many purposes through the exegetical, exegetical endeavors of Śrīla Sanatana Goswami. First, Sanatana Goswami compiled the book called Brihad Bhagavatamrita to teach people how to become devotees, execute devotional service, and attain love of Krishna. Second, he compiled the Haribhakta Vilasa, wherein he collected authoritative spiritual injunctions regarding how a Vaishnava should behave. Only by the endeavors of Sri Sanatana Goswami were all the lost places of pilgrimage in the Vrindavana areas excavated. He established Madana Mohana, the first deity in the Vrindavana area, and by his personal behavior, he taught how one should act in the renounced order, completely devoted to the service of the Lord. By his personal example, he taught people how to stay in Vrindavana to execute devotional service. The principal mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was to preach Krishna consciousness. Mathura and Vrindavana are the abodes of the Lord Krishna. Therefore, these two places are very dear to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he wanted to develop their glories through Sanatana Goswami. Text 82. By the order of my mother, I am sitting here in Jagannatha Puri. Therefore, I cannot go to Mathura, Vrindavana to teach people how to live there according to religious principles. Text 83. I have to do all this work, all this work through your body, but you want to give it up. How can I tolerate this? Text 84. At that time, Sanatana Goswami said to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. No one can understand the deep ideas you plan within your heart. Text 85. A wooden doll chants and dances according to the direction of a magician, but does not know how he is dancing and singing. Text 86. My dear Lord, as you cause one to dance, he dances accordingly. But how he dances and who he is causing him to dance, he does not know. Text 87. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said to Haridāsa Ṭhākura, My dear Haridāsa, please hear me. This gentleman wants to destroy another's property. Text 88. One who is entrusted with another's property does not distribute it or use it for his own purposes. Therefore, tell him not to do such an unlawful thing. Text 89. Haridasa Ṭhākura replied, We are falsely proud of our capabilities. Actually, we cannot understand your deep intentions. Text 90. Unless you inform us, we cannot understand what your purpose is or what you want to do through whom. Text 891. My dear sir, since you, a great personality, have accepted Sanatana Goswami, he is greatly fortunate. No one can be as fortunate as he. Text 92. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced both Haridasa Ṭhākura and Sanatana Goswami and then got up and left to perform his noon duties. Text 93. My dear Sanatana, Haridasa Ṭhākura said, embracing him, no one can find the limits of your good fortune. Text 94. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has accepted your body as his own property. Therefore, no one can equal you in good fortune. Text 95. What Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu cannot do with his personal body, he wants to do through you and he wants to do it in Mathura. Text 96. Whatever the Supreme Personality of Godhead wants us to do will successfully be accomplished. This is your great fortune. That is my mature opinion. Text 1997. I can understand from the words of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that he wants you to write books about the conclusive decision of devotional service and about the regulative principles ascertained from the revealed scriptures. Text 98. My body could not be used in service of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, although it took birth in the land of India, this body has been useless. But for a further explanation of the importance of Bharata Bhumi, one may refer to Adi Lila 9.41 and also Srimad Bhagavatam 5.19 to 27. The special feature of a birth in India is that a person born in India becomes automatically God conscious. In every part of India and especially in the holy places of pilgrimage, even an ordinary uneducated man is inclined toward Krishna consciousness. And as soon as he sees a Krishna conscious person, he offers obeisances. India has many sacred rivers such as the Ganges, Yamuna, Narmada, Kaveri, and Krishna. And simply by bathing in these rivers, people are liberated and become Krishna conscious. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore says, Bharata Bhumite Haila, Manushya Janma Hara, Janma Sartaka Kari, Kara Para Upakara. One who has taken birth in the land of Bharata Bhumi, India should take full advantage of his birth. He should become completely well versed in the knowledge of the Vedas and spiritual culture and should distribute the experience of Krishna consciousness all over the world. People all over the world are madly engaging in sense gratification and in this way spoiling their human lives with the risk that in the next life they may become animals or less. Human society should be saved from such a risky civilization and the danger of animalism by awakening to God consciousness. Krishna consciousness. The Krishna consciousness movement has been started for this purpose. Therefore, unbiased men of the highest echelon should study the principles of the Krishna consciousness movement and fully cooperate with this movement to save human society. Text 99. Sanatana Goswami replied, O Haridāsa Ṭhākura, who is equal to you? You are one of the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, you are the most fortunate. Text 100. The mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for which he has descended as an incarnation, is to spread the importance of chanting the holy name of the Lord. Now, instead personally doing so, he is spreading it through you. Text 101. My dear sir, you are chanting the holy name 3 lakhs times daily and informing everyone of the importance of the such chanting. Text 102. Some behave very well but do not preach the cult of Krishna consciousness, whereas others preach but do not behave properly. Text 103. Translation. You simultaneously perform both duties in relation to the holy name by your personal behavior and by your preaching. Therefore, you are the spiritual master of the entire world, for you are the most advanced devotee in the world. Purport. Sanatana Goswami clearly defines herein the bona fide spiritual master of the world. The qualification expressed in this connection are that one that one must act according to the scriptural injunctions and at the same time preach. One who does so is a bona fide spiritual master. Haridāsa Ṭhākura was the ideal spiritual master because he regularly chanted on his beads a prescribed number of times. Indeed, he was chanting the holy name of the Lord 3 lakhs times a day. Similarly, the members of the Krishna consciousness movement chant a minimum of 16 rounds a day, which can be done without difficulty. And at the same time, they must preach the cult of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu according to the gospel of Bhagavad Gita as it is. One who does so is quite fit to become a spiritual master for the entire world. Text 104. Translation. In this way, the two of them passed their time discussing subjects concerning Krishna. Thus, they enjoyed life together. Text 105. Translation. During the time of Ratha Yatra, all the devotees arrived from Bengal to visit the car festival as they had done previously. Text 106. During the Ratha Yatra festival, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again danced before the car of Jagannatha. When Sanatana Goswami saw this, his mind was astonished. Text 107. The Lord's devotees from Bengal stayed at Jagannatha Puri during the 4 months of the rainy season, and Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu introduced Sanatana Goswami to them all. Text 108 to 110. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu introduced Sanatana Goswami to these and other selected devotees. Advaita Acharya, Nityananda Prabhu, Srivasa Ṭhākura, Vakreshwara Pandit, Vasudeva Datta, Murari Gupta, Raghava Pandita, Damodara Pandita, Paramananda Puri, Brahmananda Bharati, Swarupa Damodara, Gadadara Pandita, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Ramananda Raya, Jagadananda Pandita, Shankara Pandita, Kashishwara, and Govinda. Text 111. The Lord asked Sanatana Goswami to offer obeisances to all the devotees in a way that befitted each one. Thus, he introduced Sanatana Goswami to them all, just to make him an object of their mercy. Text 112. Sanatana Goswami was dear to everyone because of his exalted qualities and learning. Suitably, therefore, they bestowed upon him mercy, friendship, and honor. Text 111, translation. When all the other devotees returned to Bengal after the Rath Yatra festival, Sanatana Goswami stayed under the care of the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 114. Sanatana Goswami observed the Dola Yatra ceremony with Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In this way, his pleasure increased in the company of the Lord. Text 115. Sanatana Goswami had come to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at Jagannatha Puri during the month of April-May, and during the month of May-June, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tested him. Text 116. In that month of May-June, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to the garden of Yameshwara, Lord Shiva, and accepted prasadam there at the request of the devotees. Text 117. At noon, when it was time for lunch, the Lord called for Sanatana Goswami, whose happiness increased because of the call. Text 118. At noon, the sand on the beach was as hot as fire, but Sanatana Goswami came by that path. Text 119. Overwhelmed by joy at being called by the Lord, Sanatana Goswami did not feel that his feet were burning in the hot sand. Text 120. Although the soles of his feet were blistered because of the heat, he nevertheless went to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, he found that the Lord, having taken his lunch, was resting. Text 121. Govinda gave Sanatana Goswami the plate with the remnants of Lord Chaitanya's food. After taking the prasadam, Sanatana Goswami approached Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 122. When the Lord inquired, by which path have you come? Sanatana Goswami replied, I have come on the path along the beach. Text 123. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, how did you come along the beach where the sand is so hot? Why didn't you come by the path in front of the Simhadwara gate? It is very cool. Purport. Simhadwara refers to the main gate on the eastern side of the Jagannatha Puri. Text 124. The hot sand must have blistered your soles. Now you cannot walk. How did you tolerate it? 125. Sanatana Goswami replied, I did not feel much pain, nor did I know that there were blisters because of the heat. 126. I have no right to pass by the Simhadwara, for the servants of Jagannatha are always coming and going there. Text 127, translation. The servants are always coming and going without interval. If I touch them, I shall be ruined. Purport. Herein, it is very clearly indicated that priests performing deity worship should be careful to keep themselves completely pure and not to be touched by outsiders. Sanatana Goswami and Haridāsa Ṭhākura, thinking themselves mlechas and yavanas because of their past association with Muslims, did not enter the temple or even travel on the path in front of the temple gate. It is customary for the priests of temple in India not even to touch outsiders or enter the deity room after having been touched. This is a very important item in temple worship. Text 128. Having heard all these details, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, greatly pleased, spoke as follows. Text 129 to 130. My dear Sanatana, although you are the deliverer of the entire universe and although My dear Sanatana, although you are the deliverer of the entire universe and although even the demigods and great saints are purified by touching you, it is the characteristics of a devotee to observe and protect the Vaishnava etiquette. Maintenance of the Vaishnava etiquette is the ornament of a devotee.
You need to come quickly.
Peace. Peace.
One 31, no? मर्यादलङ्घने लोका करे उपहासा ihaloka dvihaya nasha. If one transgresses the laws of etiquette, people make fun of him, and thus he is vanquished in both this world and the next. Maryada rakhile tushta kailindra madas. By observing the etiquettes, we have satisfied the mind. Who else? But you could show this example. Eta bali prabhutan re alinga kaila tanga kandi sa prabhura sri angela gila. After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Sanatana Goswami, and the moisture oozing from the itching sores on Sanatana's body smeared the body of the Lord. Bara bara nishedhena tabukare alingana angera sahanage dukkha paya sanatana. Although Sanatana Goswami repeatedly forbade Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to embrace him, the Lord still did so. Thus his body was smeared with the moisture of Sanatana bodies, and Sanatana became greatly distressed. Ye mate sevaka prabhu dunhe ghara gela aradina jagadhara sanatanera lila. Thus both servant and the master departed from their respective homes. The next day, Jagadananda Pandit went to meet Sanatana Goswami. Dvijannavasi Krishna Kathagos Kaila Panditare Sanatana Dukkha Nivedila. When Jagannatha Pandita and Sanatana Goswami sat together and began to discuss topics about Krishna, Sanatana Goswami submitted to Jagannatha Pandita the cause of his distress. Ithanail Ailana Prabhure Dukhi Dukha Kandaite Yeva Manetahe Prabhuna Dila Karite. I came here to diminish my unhappiness by seeing Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but the Lord did not allow me to execute what was in my mind. Nishedita Prabhu Alingana Karena Mura Mura Kandu Rasa Lage Prabhu Rasarira. Although I forbid him to do so, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu nevertheless embraced me, and therefore his body becomes smeared with the discharge of my itching sores. Aparadha hayamura nakhila nisthara jagannatha he nathe hana dekhiya e dukkha apara. In this way, I am committing offenses at his lotus feet, and from these offenses I shall certainly not be delivered. At the same time, I cannot see Lord Jagannatha. This is my great unhappiness. Pita nimitta aila nami haila piparite Kinkari lahida aya nari nirdharite. I came here for my benefit, but now I see that I am getting just the opposite. I do not know, nor can I ascertain how there will be benefit for me. Pandita kahe tumhara vase yoga vrindavana ratha yatra dekhi tahan karagamana. Jagannatha Pandita said, the most suitable place for you to reside is Vrindavana. After seeing the Ratha Yatra festival, you can return there. 142. Prabhu Rajna Haina Che Toma Dui Bhaye Vrindavane Vaisa Tahan Sarva Sukha Paye. The Lord has already ordered both of you brothers to situate yourself in Vrindavana. There you will achieve all happiness. Ya karye aila prabhura dekhila charana radhe jagannatha dekhi karaha gamana. Your purpose in coming has been fulfilled, for you have seen the lotus feet of the Lord. Therefore, after seeing Lord Jagannatha on the Rath Yatra car, you can leave. Sanatana kahe bhala kaila upadesha tahan yava. Say Mora Prabhu Datta Desha. Sanatana Goswami replied, you have given me very good advice. I shall certainly go there, for that is the place the Lord has given me for my residence. Purport. The words Prabhu Datta Desha are very significant. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's devotional cult teaches one not to sit down in one place, but to spread the devotional cult all over the world. The Lord dispatched Sanatana Goswami and Rupa Goswami to Vrindavan to excavate and renovate the holy places, and from there establish the cult of bhakti. Therefore, Vrindavana was given to Sanatana Goswami and Rupa Goswami as their place of residence. Similarly, everyone in the line of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's devotional cult should accept the words of the spiritual master and thus spread the Krishna conscious movement. They should go everywhere to all parts of the world, accepting those places as their Prabhudatta Desha, the places of residence given by the spiritual master or Lord Shri Krishna. The spiritual master is the representative of Lord Shri Krishna. Therefore, one who has carried out the orders of the spiritual master is understood to have carried out the orders of Krishna or Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to spread the bhakti cult all over the world. Prithvi te ache yatha nagaradigram. Therefore, devotees in the line of Krishna consciousness must go to the different parts of the world and preach as ordered by the spiritual master. That will satisfy Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Etabale dulhe nijakarye uthigela aradina Mahaprabhu milibare aila. After taking this way, Sanatana Goswami and Jagadananda Pandita returned to their respective duties. And the next day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to see Haridāsa and Sanatana Goswami. Haridāsa kaile prabhura charana vandana. Haridāse kaila prabhu prema alingana. Haridāsa Ṭhākura offered obeisances to the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the Lord embraced him in ecstatic love. Durahaite danda paranama kare sanatana prabhu bolaya bara bara karite alingana. Sanatana Goswami offered his obeisances and dandavats from a distant place, but Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called him again and again to embrace him. Aparadha bhaye tanha milite na aile Mahaprabhu malibare Sri khane gele. Out of fear of committing offenses, Sanatana Goswami did not come forward to meet Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Lord, however, went forward to meet him. Sanatana bhagi pache karana gamana balakare Hari Prabhu Kaila Lingana. Sanatana Goswami backed away, but Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu caught him by force and embraced him. Duijanalana Prabhu Vasila Pandit Pindate Nirvinna Sanatana Lagile Kahite. The Lord took them both with him and sat down in a sacred place. Then Sanatana Goswami, who was advanced in renunciation, began to speak. Hitalagi ainuni aila viparita seva yogya nahi aparadha karo niti niti. I came here for my benefit, he said, but I see that I am getting just the opposite. I am unfit to render service. I simply commit offenses day after day. Sahajeni cha chati muni dushta papashaya more tumi chunile mora aparadhaya. By nature, I am low-born. I am a contaminated reservoir of sinful activities. If you touch me, sir, that will be great offense on my part. Tahate amara ange kandurasa rang chale tomara ange lage tabu sparshaha tuhi bale. Moreover, blood is running from infected itching sores on my body, smearing your body with moisture, but still you touch me by force. Hibhatsa sparshite nakara grane lesa ye aparadhe mora ave sarvanase. My dear sir, you do not have even a pinch of aversion to touching my body, which is in a horrible condition. Because of this offense, everything auspicious will vanquish for me. Tate ihan rahile morana hai kalyana ajnareha ratha dekhi yana vrindavana. Therefore, I see that I will get nothing auspicious by staying here. Kindly give me orders, allowing me to return to Vrindavana after the Raghunātha festival. Jagadananda Pandite Ami Yukti Puchila Vrindavana Yaite Tenha Upadesha Lila. I have consulted Jagannatha Pandita for his opinion, and he has also advised me to return to Vrindavana. Atasuni Mahaprabhu Sarosa Antare Jagadanande Kruddhana Kare Tiriskara. Hearing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in an angry mood began to chastise Jagadananda Pandita. Kalikare Bhutaya Jaga Aiche Garvi Haila Toma Sabe Riha Upadesha Karite Lagila. Jaga Jagannatha Pandita is only a new boy, but he has become so proud that he thinks himself competent to advise a person like you. Vyavahare paramarthe tumi tara guru tulya. Tomare upadesha na jane avapana mulya. In affairs of spiritual advancement and even in ordinary dealings, you are on the level of his spiritual master, yet not knowing his own value, he dares to advise you. Amara upadesha tumi pramanika aryata. Tomare ha upadeshe balaka kare aicha karya. My dear Sanatana, you are on the level of my advisor. For you are an authorized person, but Jaga wants to advise you. This is but the impudence of a naughty boy. Suni Sanatana Paye Dhari Prabhure Kahila Jagadanandera Sobhagya Aji Se Janila. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was chastising Jagannatha Pandita, Sanatana Gosvāmī fell at the Lord's feet and said, I can now understand the fortune position of Jagadananda. Apanare ausabhagya ajihaila jnana jagate nahi jagadananda samabhagyavan. I can also understand my misfortune. No one in this world is as fortunate as Jagadananda. Jagadanande pyao amiya yata sudharasa more paya more pyao. Gaurava Stuti Nimba Nishindarasa. Sir, you are making Jagadananda drink the nectar of affectionate relationships, whereas by offering me honorable prayers, you are making me drink the bitter juice of Nimba and Nishinda. Ajiha Nahila More Atmiyata Jnana Mora Bhagyatumi Swatantra Bhagavan. It is my misfortune that you have not accepted me as one of your intimate relations, but you are the completely independent Supreme Personality of Godhead. Suni Mahaprabhu Kichulo Jita Haila Mane Tanre Santosite Kichu Balena Vichana Vachane. Hearing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was somewhat ashamed. Just to satisfy Sanatana Gosvāmī, he spoke the following words. Jagadananda Priya Amarana He Toma Haite Maryada Langhana Amina Paron Sahite. My dear Sanatana, please do not think that Jagadananda is more dear to me than you. However, I cannot tolerate transgressions of the standard etiquettes. Kahan tumi pramanika shastre pravina kahan jaga kalikare bhatuya navina. You are an experienced authority in the Shastras, whereas Jaga is just a young boy. Ama kahe bhujayate tumi dhar shakti katha thani bhujanacha vyavahara bhakti. You have the power to convince even me. In my places, you have already convinced me about ordinary behavior and devotional service. Tumara upadesha kare na yaya sahana atayeva tare ami kariye hartsana. Jaga's advising you is intolerable for me. Therefore, I am chastising him. Bahiranga jnane tomara na karisthavana tomara gune stuti karaya aiche tomara guna. I offer you praise not because I think of you as being outside an intimate relationship with me, but because you're actually so qualified that one is forced to praise your qualities. Yadhyapi kahara mamata bahujane haya priti swabhave kahate kona bhavodaya. Although one has affection for many persons, different types of ecstatic love awaken according to the nature of one's personal relationships. Tumara deha tumi kara bhibhatsa jnana tumara deha amare lage amrita samana. You consider your body dangerous and awful, but I think that your body is like nectar. Aprakrita deha tumara aprakrita kabhunaya tathapi tomara tate prakrita buddha haya. Actually, your body is transcendental, never material. You are thinking of it, however, in terms of a material conception. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur gives his opinion about how a person completely engaged in the service of the Lord transforms his body from material to the transcendental. He says, a pure devotee engaged in the service of the Lord, Krishna, has no desire for his personal sense gratification, and thus he never accepts anything for that purpose. He desires only the happiness of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, and because of his ecstatic love for Krishna, he acts in various ways. Karmis think that the material body is an instrument for material enjoyment, and that is why they work extremely hard. A devotee, however, has no such desires. A devotee always engages wholeheartedly in the service of the Lord, forgetting about bodily conceptions and bodily activities. The body of a karmi is called material because the karmi, being too absorbed in the material activities, is always eager to enjoy material facilities. But the body of a devotee who tries to his best to work very hard for the satisfaction of Krishna by fully engaging in the Lord's service must be accepted as a transcendental. Whereas karmis are interested only in the personal satisfaction of their senses, devotees work for the satisfaction of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, one who cannot distinguish between devotion and ordinary karma may mistakenly consider the body of a pure devotee material. One who knows does not commit such a mistake. Non-devotees who consider devotional activities and ordinary material activities to be on the same level are offenders to the chanting of the transcendental holy name of the Lord. A pure devotee knows that a devotee's body, being always transcendental, is just suitable for rendering service to the Lord. A devotee on the topmost platform of devotional service always humbly thinks that he is not rendering any devotional service. He thinks that he is poor in devotional service and that his body is material. On the other hand, those known as sahajiyas foolishly think that their material bodies are transcendental. Because of this, they are always bereft of the association of the pure devotees, and thus they cannot behave like Vaishnavas. Observing the defects of the Sahajiya, Śrīla Bhakti Vinod Ṭhākura has sung as follows in his book, Kalyana Kalpataru. Amita Vaishnavaye Buddhi Haile Amanina Abami Pratistha Sahasi Hridaya Doshibe Aiva Niraya Gami Nije Sreshta Jani Uchishta Didane Abe Abhimana Bhara Tai Shishya Tava Thakiya Sarvada Nali Iva Pujakara. If I think I am a Vaishnava, I shall look forward to receiving respect from others. And if the desire for fame and reputation pollutes my heart, certainly I shall go to hell. By giving others the remnants of my food, I shall consider myself superior and shall be burdened with the weight of the false pride. Therefore, always remaining your surrendered disciple, I shall not accept worship from anyone else. Śrīla Krishna dāsa Kavirāja Gosvāmī has written in this Anthya lila 20.28. Premera svabhava yahan premera sambandha se mane Krishna mora nahi prema gandha. Wherever there is a relationship of love of Godhead, the natural symptom are that the devotee does not think of himself a devotee, but always thinks that he has not even a drop of love for Krishna. प्राकृता इलया तुम्हारा वापुनारि उपक्षेता है भद्रा भद्र वस्तु ज्ञान नाहिका aprakrite. Even if your body were material, I still could not neglect it, for this material body should be considered neither good nor bad. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu told Sanatana Gosvāmī, since you are a Vaishnava, your body is spiritual, not material. Therefore, you should not consider this body to be subjected to superior or inferior qualities. Moreover, I am a sannyasi. Therefore, even if your body were material, a sannyasi should see no distinction between a good body and a bad body. Kim bhadram kim abhadram va, kim bhadram kim abhadram va, dvatasya vastuna kiyat. Vachoditam tad anrutham manasa dhyatam evacha. Anything not conceived in relationship to Krishna should be understood to be an illusion, maya. None of the illusions uttered by the words or conceived in the mind are factual. Because illusion is not factual, there is no distinction between what we think is good and what we think is bad. When we speak of the absolute truth, such speculation do not apply. This is the quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.28.4. Dvaite bhadra bhadra jnana sabha mano dharma e bhala, e manda, e sabha brahma. In the material world, conceptions of good and bad are all mental speculations. Therefore, saying this is good and this is bad is all mistake. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the absolute truth, ever existing with different varieties of energies. When one is absorbed in the illusory energy of Krishna and cannot understand Krishna, one cannot ascertain what is good for him and what is bad. You want to read? Read that is how. You want to read? I'll complete this. Perfect. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is absolute truth, ever existing with different varieties of energies. When one is absorbed in the illusory energy of Krishna and cannot understand Krishna, one cannot ascertain what is good for him and what is bad. Conceptions of good and bad are all imaginations or mental speculations. When one forgets that he is an eternal servant of Krishna, he wants to enjoy the material world through different plans. At that time, he distinguishes between material plans that are good and that are bad. Actually, however, they're all false. Ego. Vidya vinaya sampanne brahmane gavihastine sunichaiva svabhake cha pandita samadarshinaha. The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, see with equal vision a learned and a gentle brahmana, a cow, an elephant, and a dog eater. This is the quotation from Bhagavad Gita, 5.18. What's the point, right? That's into it.
Text 178 translation. One who is fully satisfied in knowledge obtained and practically applied in life, who is always determined and fixed in his spiritual position, who completely control his senses and who sees pebbles, stones, and gold on the same level, is understood to be a perfect yogi. Purport. This is also a quotation from the Bhagavad Gita 6.8. Text 179 translation. Since I am in the renounced order, my duty is to make no distinctions and be equipoised. My knowledge must be equally disposed towards sandalwood, pulp, and dirty mud. Purport. It is the duty of a sannyasi, a person in the renounced order, to be always equipoised, and that is also the duty of a learned man and a Vaishnava. A Vaishnava, a sannyasi, or a learned person has no conception of the material world. In other words, he has no conception of anything materially important. He has no desire to use sandalwood pulp for sense gratification, nor does sense gratification make him hate mud. Acceptance or rejection of material things is not the concern of a sannyasi. A Vaishnava or a learned person, an advanced devotee, has no desire to enjoy or reject anything. His only duty is to accept whatever is favorable for the advancement of Krishna consciousness. A Vaishnava should be indifferent to material enjoyment and renunciation, and should always hanker for the spiritual life of rendering service to the Lord. Text 180 translation. For this reason, I cannot reject you. If I hated you, I would deviate from my occupational duty. Text 181 translation. Haridāsa said, my dear Lord, what you have spoken deals with external formalities. I do not accept it. Text 182 translation. My Lord, we are all fallen, but you have accepted us due to your attribute of being merciful to the fallen. This is well known all over the world. Text 183 translation. Lord Chaitanya smiled and said, listen, Haridāsa and Sanatan. Now I am speaking the truth about how my mind is attached to you. Text 184. Translation. My dear Haridāsa and Sanatan, I think of you as my little boys to be maintained by me. The maintainer never takes seriously any faults of the maintained. Purport. When a father maintains a child and the child is maintained by the father never takes seriously the faults of the child, even if they actually are false. The father does not mind them. Text 185, translation. I always think of myself as deserving no respect, but because of affection, I always consider you to be like my children. Text 186, translation. When a child passes stool and urine that touch the body of the mother never hates the child. On the contrary, she makes much pleasure in cleansing him. Text 187, translation. The stool and urine of the maintained child appear like sandalwood pulp to the mother. Similarly, when the foul moisture oozing from the sore of Sanatan touches my body, I have no hatred for him. Text 188, translation. Haridāsa Ṭhākura said, my dear sir, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead and are most merciful toward us. No one can understand what is within your deeply affectionate heart. Text 819, translation. You embraced the leper Vasudeva, whose body was fully infected by worms. You are so kind that in spite of his condition, you embraced him. Text 190, translation. By embracing him, you made his body as beautiful as that of Cupid. We cannot understand the waves of your mercy. Text 191, translation. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu said, the body of a devotee is never material. It is considered to be transcendental, full of spiritual bliss. Purport. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu is trying to convince Haridāsa Ṭhākura and Sanatan Gosvāmī that a devotee whose life is dedicated to the service of the Lord is never in the material conception. Because he always engages in the service of the Lord, his body is transcendental and full of spiritual bliss. One should never consider his body material, just as one should never consider the body of the deity worshipped in the temple to be made of stone or wood. Factually, the deity is directly the Supreme Personality of Godhead, without a doubt. The injunctions of the Padma Purana therefore state, Arche Vishnu Shiladhir Gurushu Narmatir Vaishnave Jati Buddhiha Yasya Va Naraki Saha. That person is a resident of hell who consider the deity worshipped in the temple to be stone or wood, who consider the spiritual master an ordinary man, and who thinks that the body of a Vaishnava fully dedicated to the service of the Lord belongs to the material modes of nature. Text 192, translation. At the time of initiation, when the devotee fully surrenders unto the service of the Lord, Krishna accepts him to be as good as himself. Text 193, translation. When the devotee's body is thus transformed into spiritual existence, the devotee in that transcendental body render service to the lotus feet of Lord. Text 194, translation. The living entity who is subjected to birth and death attains immortality when he gives up all material activities, dedicates his life to the execution of my order, and acts according to my directions. In this way, he becomes fit to enjoy the spiritual bliss derived from exchanging loving mellows with me. Purport. This is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam, 11th canto, 29th chapter, 34 text. At the time of initiation, a devotee gives up all his material conceptions. Therefore, being in touch with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is situated on the transcendental platform. Thus, having attained knowledge in the spiritual platform, he always engages in the service of the spiritual body of Krishna. When one is freed from material connections in this way, his body immediately becomes spiritual and Krishna accepts his service. However, Krishna does not accept anything from a person with a material conception of life. When a devotee no longer has any desire for material sense gratification. In his spiritual identity, he engages in the service of the Lord, for his dormant spiritual consciousness awakens. This awakening of spiritual consciousness makes his body spiritual, and thus he becomes fit to render service to the Lord. Karmis may consider the body of a devotee material, but factually it is not. For a devotee has no conception of material enjoyment. If one thinks that the body of a pure devotee is material, he is an offender. For that is a Vaishnava aparad. In this conception, in this connection, one should consult Śrīla Sanatana Gosvāmī's Brihad Bhagavata Amrita 1.3.45 and 2.3.139. Text 195, translation. Krishna somehow or other manifested this itching source on the body of Sanatana Gosvāmī and sent him here to test me. Text 196, translation. If I had hated Sanatana Gosvāmī and had not embraced him, I would certainly have been chastised for offenses to Krishna. Text 197, translation. Sanatana Gosvāmī is one of the associates of Krishna. Therefore, there could not be any bad odor from his body. On the first day I embraced him, I smelled the aroma of Chatuhashma, a mixture of sandalwood pulp, camphor, agaru, and musk. Purport. An associate of the Lord is one whose body is fully engaged in the service of the Lord. A materialist might see Sanatana Gosvāmī body as being full of itching sores that exuded foul moisture and a bad smell. Sri Chaitanya Mahāprabhu, however, said that actually the aroma of his body was the excellent scent of a mixture of sandalwood pulp, camphor, musk, and aguru. In the Garuda Puran, this mixture, which is called Chatuhashma, is described as follows. Kasturi kaya dvau bhago chatvaras chandanasya tu kunkumasya trayas chekah shashinah syat chatuha saman. 2 parts of musk, 4 parts of sandalwood, 3 parts of aguru or saffron, and 1 part of camphor, which when mixed together from chatuhasam, the aroma of chatusam is very pleasing. It is also mentioned in the Hari Bhakti Vilasa Sixth Vilas. Text 198, translation. In fact, however, when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced the body of Sanatana Gosvāmī, by the Lord's touch alone, there was manifested a fragrance exactly like that of a sandalwood pulp. Text 199, translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, my dear Sanatan, do not aggrieve, for when I embrace you, I actually get great pleasure. Text 200, translation. Stay with me at Jagannath Puri for 1 year, and after that I shall send you to Vrindavan. Text 201, translation. After seeing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again embraced Sanatana Gosvāmī. Thus, immediately Sanatan's sore disappeared and his entire body resembled the color of gold. Text 202, translation. Seeing the change, Haridāsa Ṭhākura, greatly astonished, told the Lord, this is your pastime. Text 203, translation. My dear Lord, you made Sanatana Gosvāmī drink the water of Jarikhanda, and you actually generated the consequent itching sore on his body. Text 204, translation. After thus causing this itching sore, you examined Sanatana Gosvāmī. No one can understand your transcendental pastimes. Text 205, translation. After embracing both Haridāsa Ṭhākura and Sanatana Gosvāmī, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his residence. Then Haridāsa Ṭhākura and Sanatana Gosvāmī, in great ecstatic love, began to describe the Lord's transcendental attributes. Text 206, translation. In this way, Sanatana Gosvāmī stayed under the care of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and discussed the transcendental qualities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with Haridāsa Ṭhākura. 207, Translation. After they saw the Dola Yatra festival, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed Sanatan Goswami fully about what to do in Vrindavan and bade him farewell. Text 208. Translation. The scene of separation that took place when Sanatan Goswami and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took leave of each other is so piteous that it cannot be described herein. Text 209. Translation. Sanatan Goswami decided to go to Vrindavan by the very forest path Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had traversed. Text 210. Translation. Sanatan Goswami noted from Balabhadra Bhattacharya all the villages, rivers and hills where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had performed his pastimes. Text 211. Translation. Sanatan Goswami made all the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and then, traveling by that same path, visited the places through which Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had passed. Purport. Sri Bhakti Vinod Ṭhākura writes in a song, Sharangati 31.3, Gaur Amar Ye Sab Sthane, Karla Brahmana Range, Se Sabha Sthana, Haribe Ami, Pranayi Bhakata Sange. May I visit all the holy places associated with the leelas of the Lord Chaitanya and his devotees. A devotee should make a point of visiting all the places where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu performed his pastimes. Indeed, pure devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu even wants to see the places he simply visited for only 1 hour or minutes. Text 212. Translation. As soon as Sanatan Goswami visited a place where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had performed his pastimes on the way, he was immediately filled with ecstatic love. Text 213. Translation. In this way, Sanatan Goswami reached Vrindavan. Later, Rupa Goswami came and met him. Text 214. Translation. Srila Rupa Goswami had been delayed in Bengal for a year because he was dividing his money among his relatives to situate them in their proper positions. Purport. Although Srila Rupa Goswami renounced his family life, he nevertheless was not unjust to his family members. Even after renunciation, he returned to Bengal, where he properly divided whatever money he had and gave it to his relatives so that they would not be inconvenienced. Text 215. Translation. He collected whatever money he had accumulated in Bengal and divided it among his relatives, the Brahmanas and the temples. Text 216. Translation. Thus, after finishing all the tasks he had on his mind, he returned to Vrindavan fully satisfied. Text 217. Translation. The brothers met at Vrindavan, where they stayed to execute the will of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kadamahayam Dadati Swapadantikam. When will Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who has established within the material world the mission to fulfill the desire of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter under the lotus feet? Srila Rupa Goswami and Sanatan Goswami were previously ministers directly in charge of government of Nawab Hussain Shah, and they were also householders. But later they became Goswamis. A Goswami, therefore, is one who executes the will of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The title Goswami is not an inherited designation. It is meant for a person who has controlled his sense gratification and dedicated his life to executing the order of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, Srila Sanatan Goswami and Srila Rupa Goswami became genuine Goswamis after dedicating their lives to the service of the Lord. Text 218. Translation. Srila Rupa Goswami and Sanatan Goswami collected many revealed scriptures, and from the evidence in those scriptures, they excavated all the lost sites of pilgrimage. Thus, they established temple for the worship of the Lord Krishna. Text 219. Translation. Srila Sanatana Goswami compiled the Brihad Bhagavata Amrita. From this book, one can understand who is a devotee, what is the process of devotional service, and who is Krishna, the absolute truth. Text 220, translation. Srila Sanatana Goswami wrote a commentary on the 10th canto known as Dasham Tipani, from which we can understand the transcendental pastimes and ecstatic love of Lord Shri Krishna. Text 2221, translation. He also compiled the Hari Bhakta Vilas, from which we can understand the standard behavior of a devotee and the full extent of a Vaishnava duties. Purport. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Ṭhākura writes, the Hari Bhakti Vilas was originally compiled by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Later, Gopal Bhatta Goswami produced a shortened version of it and added the Tig Darshani Tika. In the Hari Bhakti Vilas, there are so many quotations from the Satvata scriptures that sometimes it is inquired how the atheistic Smartas can refuse to accept them and instead imagine some other opinions. What is recorded in the Hari Bhakta Vilasa strictly follows in the Vedic scriptures and is certainly pure. But the attitude of the Karmis is always one of giving up the conclusion of pure Vaishnava understanding, because the Karmis are very much attached to the world and material activities. They always try to establish atheistic principles that oppose the understanding of the Vaishnavas. Text 222, translation. Srila Sanatana Goswami also compiled many other books who can enumerate them. The basic principle of all these books is to show us how to love Madana Mohan and Govindaji. Purport. The Bhakti Ratnakar refers to the following books by Srila Sanatana Goswami. First, the Brihad Bhagavata Amrita, the Hari Bhakti Vilas, and his commentary known as Dig Darshani, the Lila Stava, and the commentary on the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavata known as Vaishnava Toshani. Sanatana Goswami compiled many books, all with the aim of describing how to serve the principal deity of Vrindavan, Govinda and Madana Gopala. Later, other deities were gradually established and the importance of Vrindavana increased. You want to read it? Okay. Yes.
Chapter 4, text 223. Śrīla Goswami also wrote many books. The most famous of which is the Bhakti Rasamrita. From that book, one can understand the essence of devotional service to Krishna and the transcendental models one can derive from such service. Text 224. Śrīla Goswami also compiled a book named Ujjvala Niramani, from which one can understand to the fullest limits the loving effect of Sri Radha and Krishna. Text 225. Śrīla Goswami also compiled two important dramas named Vidanta Madhava and Dalita Madhava, from which one can understand all the melodies derived from the pastimes of Lord Krishna. Text 226. Śrīla Goswami compiled 1,00,000 verses beginning with the book Danagiri Kaumudi. In all these scriptures, he elaborately explained the transcendental melodies of the activities of Vrindavana. Purport. Referring to the words Lakshagranta, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Ṭhākura says that the total number of verses written by Srila Goswami is one. Like the copies count both the verses and the prose sections of the Sanskrit words. One should not mistakenly think that Srila Goswami compiled 1,00,000 books. He actually wrote 16 books as mentioned in the first wave of the Bhakti Ratnakara. Sri Rupa Goswami Grantha Sodasha Karila, text 227. the son of Sri Vallabha or Anthya Śrīla. Rupa Goswami's elder brother was a great learned scholar named Srila Jiva Goswami. Text 228. After renouncing everything, Srila Jiva Goswami went to Vrindavan. Later, he also wrote many books on devotional service and expanded the work of preaching. Text 229. In particular, Srila Jiva Goswami compiled the book named Bhagavata Sandarbha or Satsandarbha, which is the essence of all scriptures. From this book, one can obtain a conclusive understanding of devotional service and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 230. He also compiled a book named Gopal Champu, which is the essence of all Vedic literature. In this book, he has exhibited the aesthetic loving transactions and pastimes of Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan. Text 231. In the Satsanga Srila Jiva Goswami set forth the truths about transcendental love of Krishna. In this way, he expanded 4 lakh verses in all his books. Text 232. When Jiva Goswami wanted to go to Mathura from Bengal, he requested permission from Srila Nityananda Prabhu. Text 233. Because of Jiva Goswami's relationship with Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami, who were greatly favored by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda Prabhu placed his feet on the head of Sri Jiva Goswami and embraced him. Text 234. Lord Nityananda Prabhu ordered us go soon to Vrindavan. That place has been awarded to your family, to your father and uncles by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and therefore you must go there immediately. Text 235. By the order of Nityananda Prabhu, he went to Vrindavan and actually achieved the result of his order for the compilment. For he compiled many books for a long time and preached the culture of Bhakti from there. Text 236. These 3 Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, and Jiva Goswami are my spiritual masters, and so also is Raghunātha Goswami. I therefore offer prayers to their lotus feet for I am their servant. Text 237. Thus I have described how the Lord again met with Sanatana Goswami. By hearing this, I can understand the Lord's desire. Text 238. These characteristics of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are like sugar cane that one can chew to release transcendental juice. Text 239. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunātha, always desiring their mercy, I Krishnadasa narrates Sri Chaitanya Caritamrta following in their footsteps. Purport. Just end the Bhaktivedanta purports of Sri Chaitanya Caritamrta and the lila 4th chapter describing Sanatana Goswami's stay with the Lord at Jagannath Puri. Chapter 5. How Pradyumna Mishra received instruction from Ramananda Raya. The following summary of the 5th chapter is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Ṭhākura in his Amrita Pravaha Vasya. Pradyumna Mishra, a resident of Śrīla, came to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to hear from him about Lord Krishna and his pastimes. The Lord, however, sent him to Srila Ramananda Raya. Srila Ramananda Raya was training the Devadasi dancing girls in the temple. And when Pradyumna Mishra heard about this, he returned to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Lord, however, elaborately described the character of Srila Ramananda Raya. Then Pradyumna Mishra went to see Ramananda Raya against to hear about the transcendental truth from him. A Brahmana from Bengal composed a drama about the activities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and went to Jagannath Puri to show it to the associates of the Lord. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's secretary Swarupa Damodara Goswami heard the drama, he discerned a thing of Mayavada philosophy and pointed it out with author. Although Swarupa Damodara condemned the entire drama by reference to secondary meanings of the introductory verse, he nevertheless satisfied the Brahmana. That Brahmana poet thus became greatly obliged to Swarupa Damodara Goswami, renounced his family connections, and stayed at Jagannath Puri with the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 1. I am infected by the germs of material activity and I am suffering from the boils of envy. Therefore, falling in an ocean of humility, I take shelter of the great physician, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 2. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the son of Mother Sachi. All glories to Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Indeed, he is the most glorious and merciful. Text 3. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Advaita Prabhu, the ocean of mercy, and to all the devotees such as Swarupa Damodara Goswami, Gadadhara Pandita, Sri Rupa Goswami, and Sri Sanatana Goswami. Text 4. One day Pradyumna Mishra came to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, offering his respects and inquiring from him with great submission. Text 5. My lord, he said, kindly hear me. I am a pupil-minded householder, the most fallen of men. But somehow by my good fortune I have received the shelter of your lotus feet, which are rarely to be seen. Text 6. I wish to hear topics concerning Lord Krishna constantly. Be merciful unto me and kindly tell me something about Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, I do not know about topics concerning Lord Krishna. I think that only Ramananda Raya knows, for I hear these topics from him. Text 8. I it is a good fortune that you are inclined to hear topics regarding Krishna. The best course for you would be to go to Ramananda Raya and hear these topics from him. Text 9. I see that you have acquired a taste for hearing talks regarding Krishna, therefore you are extremely fortunate. Not only you, but anyone who has awakened such a taste is considered most fortunate. Text 10. A person who properly performs his regulatory duties according to Varna and Ashrama, but does not develop a dormant attachment for Krishna or awaken his taste for hearing and chanting about Krishna, is certainly laboring fruitlessly. This is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam, Text 11. Pradyumna Mishra, being thus advised by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, went to the home of Ramananda Raya. There, the servant of Ramananda Raya gave him a proper place to sit down. Text 12. Unable to see Ramananda Raya immediately, Pradyumna Mishra inquired from the servant, who then described what Sri Ramananda Raya was doing. Text 13. There are two dancing girls who are extremely beautiful. They are very youthful and they are expert in dancing and singing. Text 14. Srila Ramananda Raya has taken these two girls to a solitary place in his garden, where he is teaching and directing them to dance according to the songs he has composed for his drama purport. The drama being rehearsed by the Ramananda Raya and the two angels was the well-known Jagannath Vallabha. The songs and dances were made for the pleasure of Lord Raghunātha. Therefore, Ramananda Raya was personally giving instructions on how to sing and dance for the drama. Text 15. Please sit here and wait for a few moments. As soon as he comes, he will execute whatever order you give him. Text 16. While Pradyumna Mishra remained seated there, Ramananda Raya took the two girls to a solitary place. Text 17. With his own hands, Sri Ramananda Raya massaged their bodies with oil and bathed them with water. Indeed, Ramananda Raya cleans their entire bodies with his own hand. Text 18. Although he trusted the two angels and elevated their bodies with his own hand, he remained unchanged. Such is the mind of Sri Ramananda Raya. Text 19. While touching the angels, he was like a person touching wood or stone, for his body and mind were unaffected. Text 20. Srila Ramananda Raya used to act in that way because he thought of himself in his original position as a maid servant of the gopis. Thus, although externally he appeared to be a man, internally in his original spiritual position, he considered himself a maid servant in considering two girls gopis, purpose. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes in Samhita Prabhava Brahmana Vasana. Srila Ramananda Raya concludes a drama named Jagannath Vallabha. When he engaged two angels who were professional dancers and singers to demonstrate the ideology of the drama. Such girls who were called Devadasis are still employed in the temple of Jagannatha, where they are called Maharis. Sri Ramananda Raya engaged two such girls, and because they were made to play the parts of gopis, he taught them how to awaken thoughts like those of the gopis. Because the gopis are worshipable personalities, Ramananda Raya considered the two girl gopis and himself their maid servant. Engaged in the service by massaging their bodies with oil, it cleans them completely. Because Ramananda Raya always placed himself in the position of a maid servant of the gopis, his rehearsal with the girls was actually on the spiritual platform. Because there was no question of personal sense gratification. When Sri Ramananda Raya was serving the girls, his mind was steady and his body untransformed. This is not to be imitated, nor is such a mentality possible for anyone, but Sri Ramananda Raya, as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will explain. The example of Sri Ramananda Raya is certainly unique. The author of Sri Chaitanya Caritamrta has given his description because in perfect devotional service one can attain such a position. Nevertheless, one must understand this subject very seriously and never attempt to imitate such activities. Text 21. The greatness of the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is exceedingly difficult to understand. Sri Ramananda is unique among them all, for he showed how one can extend his aesthetic love to the extreme limit. Text 22. Ramananda directed the two girls how to dance and express the deep meaning of the songs through dramatic performances. Text 23. He taught them how to express the symptoms of continuous natural and transitional aesthetics with the movements of their faces, their eyes, and other parts of their bodies. Text 24. Through the feminine poses and dances they were taught by Raghunātha, the two girls precisely exhibited all these expressions of ecstasy before Lord Jagannath. Text 25. Then Ramananda Raya fed the two girls sumptuous prasadam and sent them to their homes unexposed. Text 26. Every day he trained the two Devadasis how to dance, who among the small living entities, their minds always absorbed in material sense gratification, could understand the mentality of Sri Ramananda Raya. Purport. Ramananda Raya's service to the gopis for the satisfaction of Krishna is purely an affair of the spiritual world. Unless one is fully situated in the spiritual atmosphere, the activities of Ramananda Raya are most difficult to understand. Text 27. When the servant informed Ramananda Raya of Pradyumna Mishra's arrival, Ramananda Raya immediately went to the assembly room. Text 28. He offered his obeisances to Pradyumna Mishra with all respect and then with great humility spoke as follows. Text 29. Sir, you came here long ago, but no one informed me. Therefore, I have certainly become an offender at your lotus feet. Text 30. My entire home has been purified by your arrival. Kindly order me, what can I do for you? I am your servant. Text 31. Pradyumna Mishra replied, I came simply to see you. Now I have purified myself by seeing your honor. Text 32. Because Pradyumna Mishra saw that it was late, he did not say anything else to Ramananda Raya. Instead, he took leave of him and returned to his own home. Text 33. In the next day, when Pradyumna Mishra arrived in the presence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord inquired, have you heard talks about Krishna from Sri Ramananda Raya? Text 34. Pradyumna Mishra thereupon described the activities of Sri Ramananda Raya. After hearing about these activities, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began to speak. Text 35 to 36. I am a sannyasi, he said, and I certainly consider myself renounced. But what to speak of seeing a woman, if I even hear the name of a woman, I feel sweetness in my mind and body. Therefore, who could remain unmoved by the sight of woman? It is very difficult. Text 37. Everyone please hear these topics about Ramananda Raya, although they are so wonderful and uncommon that they should not be spoken. Text 38. The two professional dancing girls are beautiful and beautiful, as Sri Ramananda Raya personally massages their entire bodies with oil. Text 39. He personally baths and dresses them and decorates them with ornaments. In this way, he naturally sees and touches the private parts of their bodies. Text 40. Nevertheless, the mind of Sri Ramananda Raya never changes, although he teaches the girls how to physically express all the transformations of ecstasy. Text 49. His mind is as steady as a good stone. Indeed, it is wonderful that even when he touches such angels, his mind never changes. Text 42. The authority of such acts is the prerogative of Ramananda Raya alone. For I can understand that his body is not material, but has been completely transformed into a spiritual entity. Text 43. He alone and no one else can understand the position of his mind. Text 44. But I can make a guess in terms of directions from the Shastra. The very scripture Srimad Bhagavatam gives the direct evidence in this matter. Text 45 to 46. When one hears or describes with great faith the pastimes of Lord Krishna, such as his rasa dance with the gopis, the disease of lust resides in his heart, the hesitation caused by the three modes of material nature are immediately nullified and he becomes sober and silent. Purport. Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Ṭhākura comments in this connection. Any person seriously inclined to hear about the pastime of Krishna's rasa dance, as mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam, with great faith and a transcendental spirituality inspired mind is immediately freed from the natural lusty desires found within the heart of a materialistic man. When a pure Vaishnava speaks on Srimad Bhagavatam and another pure Vaishnava hears Srimad Bhagavatam from such a realized soul, both of them live in the transcendental world, where the contamination of the modes of material nature cannot touch them. Freed from the contamination of the modes of nature, the speaker and hearer are fixed in a transcendental mentality, knowing that their position in the transcendental platform is to serve the Supreme Lord. The class of men known as Prakriti Sahajiyas, who consider the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna something like the behavior between a man and a woman in the material field, artificially think that hearing the Raslila will help them by diminishing the lusty desires of their deceased hearts. But because they do not follow the regulatory principles but instead violate even ordinary morals, their contemplation of Raslila is a futile attempt, which sometimes results in their imitating the dealings of the gopis and Lord Krishna. To forbid such habits of the Prakriti Samjaya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had excluded the material intelligence by using the word Vishwasa, faith. In Srimad Bhagavatam, Sri Sukadeva Gosvāmī says, certainly, one who is not the Supreme Personality of Godhead should never even within his mind imitate the activities of the transcendental Raslila of Krishna. If out of ignorance one does so, he will be destroyed, just as if he were to imitate Lord Shiva who drank poison produced from the ocean. Text 47. Tasting transcendental effulgence, sweetly aesthetic love of Krishna. Such a person can enjoy life 24 hours a day in the transcendental bliss of the sweetness of Krishna's pastimes. Text 48. A transcendentally sober person who with faith and love continually hears from a realized soul about the activities of Lord Krishna in his rasa dance with the gopis, or one who describes such activities can attain full transcendental devotional service at the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus, lusty material desires, which are the broad disease of all materialistic persons, are for him quickly and completely vanquished. Purport. All the activities of Lord Krishna are transcendental and the gopis are also transcendentally situated. Therefore, the activities of the gopis and Lord Krishna, if seriously understood, will certainly free one from material attachment. Then there is no possibility that lusty material desires will awaken. Text 49 to 50. If a transcendentally situated person following in the footsteps of Srila Gosvāmī hears and speaks about the Rasalila dance of Krishna, and is always observed in thoughts of Krishna when serving the Lord day and night within his mind. What shall I say about the result? It is so spiritually exalted that it cannot be expressed in words. Such a person is an eternally liberated associate of the Lord, and his body is completely spiritualized. Although he is visible to materialize, he is spiritually situated, and all his activities are spiritual. By the will of Krishna, such a devotee is understood to possess a spiritual body. Text 151. Śrīla Raghunātha is situated on the path of spontaneous love of God, and therefore he is in the spiritual body and his mind is not materially affected. Text 52. I also hear topics about Krishna from Raghunātha Raya. If you want to hear such topics, go to him again. Text 53. You can mention my name before him, saying, he has sent me to hear about Lord Krishna from you. Text 54. Go hastily while he is in the assembly room. Hearing this, Pradyumna Mishra immediately departed. Text 55. Pradyumna Mishra went to Raghunātha Raya, who offered him respectful obeisances and said, please order me. For what purpose have you come? Text 56. Pradyumna Mishra answered, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has sent me to hear topics about Lord Krishna from you. Text 57. Hearing this, Raghunātha became absorbed in aesthetic love and began to speak with great transcendental pleasure. Text 58. Following the instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you have come to hear about Krishna. This is my great fortune. How else would I get such an opportunity? Text 59. Saying this, Sri Raghunātha took Pradyumna Mishra to a secluded place and inquired from him, what kind of Krishna Katha do you want to hear from me? Text 60. Pradyumna Mishra replied, kindly tell me about the same topics you spoke about it Vidyanagara. Text 61. You are an instructor even for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. What to speak of others? I am but a beggar Brahmana and you are my pensioner. Text 62. I do not know how to inquire, for I do not know what is good and what is bad. Seeing me to be poor in knowledge, kindly speak whatever is good for me by your own goodwill. Text 63. Thereupon Ramananda gradually began speaking on topics of Krishna. Thus the ocean of the transcendental mellows of these topics become agitated. Text 64. He began personally posing questions and then answering them with conclusive statements. When afternoon came, the topic still did not end. Text 65. The speaker and listener spoke and heard in aesthetic love. Thus they forgot with bodily consciousness. How then could they pursue the end of the day? Text 66. The servant informed them the day has already ended. Then Ramanandaya ended his discourses about Krishna. Text 67. Ramananda paid great respect to Pradyumna Mishra and bade him farewell. Pradyumna Mishra said, I have become very satisfied. He then began to dance. Text 68. After returning home, Pradyumna Mishra bathed and ate his meal. In the evening, he came to see the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 69. In great happiness, he worshipped the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Lord inquired, have you heard topics about Krishna? Text 70. Pradyumna Mishra said, my dear Lord, you have made me extremely obliged to you because you have drawn me in a nectarian ocean of talks about Krishna. Text 71. I cannot properly describe the discourses of Ramananda Raya, for he is not an ordinary human being. He is fully absorbed in the devotional service of the Lord. Perfect. One is forbidden to accept a guru or spiritual master as an ordinary human being. When Ramananda Raya spoke to Pradyumna Mishra could understand that Ramananda Raya was not an ordinary human being. A spiritually advanced person who is authorized to act as a spiritual master speaks as a supreme personality of God and dictates from within. Thus, it is not he that is personally speaking. In other words, when a pure devotee or spiritual master speaks, what he says should be accepted as having been directly spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the Parampara system. Text 72. There is one other thing Ramananda has said to me. Do not consider me the speaker in these talks about Krishna. Text 73. Whatever I speak is personally spoken by Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu like a stringed instrument. I vibrate whatever he causes me to speak. Text 74. In this way, the Lord speaks through my mouth to preach the cult of Krishna consciousness. Within the world, who will understand this pastime of the Lord's? Text 75. What I have heard from Ramananda is like a nectarian ocean of discourses about Krishna. Even the demigods beginning with Lord Brahma cannot understand all these topics. Text 76. My dear Lord, you have made me drink this transcendental nectar of Krishna Katha. Therefore, I am sold to you, your lotus feet life after life. Text 77. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Ramananda Raya is a mine of great humility. Therefore, he has attributed his own words to another's language. Text 78. This is a natural characteristic of those advanced in devotional service. They do not personally speak of their own good qualities. Text 79. I have described but a fraction of the transcendental attributes of Ramananda Raya as revealed when he instructed Pradyumna Mishra. Text 80. Although Ramananda Raya was a householder, he was not under the control of the 6 kinds of bodily changes. Although apparently a pounds and shillings man, he advised even persons in the renounced order. Purport. Sri Ramananda externally appeared to be a grihastha who is under the influence of the external material energy, not a self-controlled brahmachari, vanaprastha or sannyasi. Grihasthas, householders who are under the influence of the external energy, accept householder life for the purpose of sense enjoyment, but a transcendentally situated Vaishnava is not subjected to the influence of the senses by the Lord's material rule of the 6 kinds of bodily changes. Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya, even when he plays the part of a Grihastha. Thus, although Srila Ramananda acted as a grihastha and was accepted as an ordinary pounds and shillings man, he was always absorbed in the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna. Therefore, his mind was spiritually situated and he was interested only in the subject of Krishna. Ramananda Raya was not among the Mayavadi impersonalists or materialistic logicians who are opposite to the principles of Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes. He was already spiritually situated in the order of renounced life. Therefore, he was able to turn sand into gold by spiritual potency. Or, in other words, to elevate a person from a material to a spiritual position. Text 81. To demonstrate the transcendental attributes of Ramananda Raya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sent Pradyumna Mishra to hear disclosures about Krishna from him. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, text 82. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, knows very well how to demonstrate the qualities of his devotees. Therefore, acting like an artistic painter, he does so in various ways and considers this his personal profit. Text 83. There is yet another characteristic of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. O devotees, listen carefully to how he manifests his opulence and characteristics, although they are exceptionally deep. Text 84. To vanquish the false pride of so-called renunciants and learned scholars, he spreads real religious principles, even though a Shudra or low one fourth class man. Perfect. When a man is greatly learned in the Vedanta Sutras, he is known as a Pandita or non-scholar. Generally, this qualification is attributed to Brahmanas and Sannyasis. Sannyasas, the renounced order of life, is the topmost position for a Brahmana, a member of the highest of the four Varnas, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. According to public opinion, a person born in a Brahmana family duly reformed by the purificatory process and properly initiated by a spiritual master is an authority on Vedic literature. When such a person is offered the sannyasa order, he comes to occupy the topmost position. The Brahmana is supposed to be the spiritual master of the other three varnas, namely Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. And the sannyasi is supposed to be the spiritual master even of the exalted Brahmanas. Generally, Brahmanas and sannyasis are very proud of their spiritual positions. Therefore, to cut down their false pride, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu preached Krishna consciousness through Ramananda Raya, who was neither a member of the renounced order nor a born Brahmana indeed. Sri Ramananda Raya was a grihastha belonging to the Shudra class, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arranged for him to be the master who taught Pradyumna Mishra, a highly qualified Brahmana born in a Brahmana family. Even Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself, although belonging to the renounced order, took instruction from Sri Ramananda Raya. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited his opulence to Sri Ramananda Raya. That is the special significance of his incident. According to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's philosophy, a Krishna Tattva Vedta say Gurudhaya. Anyone who knows the science of Krishna can become a spiritual master without reference to whether or not he is a Brahmana or sannyasi. Ordinary people cannot understand the essence of Shastra, nor can they understand the pure character, behavior, and abilities of strict followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's principles. The Krishna consciousness movement is creating pure exalted Vaishnavas even from those born in families considered lower than those of Sudras. This is proof that a Vaishnava may appear in any family as confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam. Kiratas, Punas, Andhras, Pulindas, Pulkasas, Abhiras, Sumbas, Yavanas, and members of the Kasa races, and even others addicted to sinful acts, can be purified by taking shelter of the devotees of the Lord. Due to his being the supreme power, I beg to offer my respectful obeisances unto him. By the grace of the Supreme Lord Vishnu, anyone can be completely purified, become a preacher of Krishna consciousness, and become the spiritual master of the entire world. This principle is accepted in all Vedic literature. Evidence can be quoted from authoritative sastras showing how a low-born person can become the spiritual master of the entire world. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is to be considered the most beneficent personality, for he distributes the real essence of the Vedic Shastras to anyone who becomes qualified by becoming his sincere servant. Text 85. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu preached about devotional service, aesthetic love, and the absolute truth. By making Ramananda Raya a grihastha born in a low family, The speaker, then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself, the exalted Brahmana Sannyasi and Pradyumna Mishra, the purified Brahmana, both became the hearers of Ramananda Raya. Purport. Srila Bhaktivinoda Ṭhākura says in his Amrita Pravaha Bhasya that sannyasis in the line of Shankaracharya always think that they have performed all the duties of Brahmanas and that furthermore having understood the essence of the Vedanta Sutra and become sannyasis. They are the natural spiritual masters of all society. Similarly, persons born in Brahmana families think that because they execute the ritualistic ceremonies recommended in the Vedas and follow the principles of Smriti, they alone can become spiritual masters of society. These highly exalted Brahmanas think that unless one is born in a Brahmana family, one cannot become a spiritual master and takes the absolute. To cut down the pride of these birthright Brahmanas and Mayavadi sannyasis, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu proved that a person like Raghunātha Rai, although born in a Shudra family and situated in the Grihastha can become the spiritual master of such exalted personalities as himself and Pradyumna Mishra. This is the principle of the Vaishnava cult as evidenced in the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. A person who knows what is spiritual and what is material and who is firmly fixed in the spiritual position can be Jagadguru, the spiritual master of the entire world. One cannot become Jagadguru simply by advertising oneself as Jagadguru without knowing the essential principles for becoming Jagadguru. Even people who never see what the Jagadguru is and never talk with other people become puffed up sannyasis and declare themselves Jagadgurus. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not like this. Any person who knows the science of Krishna and who is fully qualified in spiritual life can become Jagadguru. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally took lessons from Sri Ramananda Raya and also sent Pradyumna Mishra, an exalted Brahmana, to take lessons from him. Text is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited the glories of the holy name of the Lord to Haridāsa Ṭhākura, who was born in a Muslim family. Similarly, he exhibited the essence of devotional service through Sanatana Gosvāmī, who had almost been converted into a Muslim. Text 87. Also, the Lord fully exhibited the aesthetic love and transcendental pastimes of Vrindavana to Śrīla Rupa Gosvāmī. Considering all this, who can understand the deep plans of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Text 88. The activities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are just like an ocean of nectar. Even a drop of this ocean can inundate all the three worlds. Purport. To inundate the three worlds with nectar is the purpose of the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. How this could be possible was exhibited by Srila Raghunātha Gosvāmī and later by Ṭhākura dāsa and Shyamananda Gosvāmī, who all represented the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now that same mercy is overflowing the entire world to the Krishna consciousness movement. The present Krishna consciousness movement is not different from the past times performed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he was personally present for the same principles are being followed and the same actions performed without fail. Text 89. O devotees, release daily the nectar of Sri Chaitanya Caritamrta in the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for by doing so one can merge in transcendental bliss and attain full knowledge of devotional service. Text 90. Thus, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, accompanied by his associates, his pure devotees, enjoyed transcendental bliss in Jagannath Puri Neelachala by preaching the Bhakti cult in many ways. Text 91. A Brahmana from Bengal wrote a drama about the characteristics of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and came with this manuscript to induce the Lord to hear it. Text 92. The Brahmana was acquainted with Bhagavan Acharya, one of the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, after meeting him at Jagannath Puri, the Brahmana made his residence at Bhagavan Acharya's home. Text 93. From first, the Brahmana induced Bhagavan Acharya to hear the drama, and then many other devotees joined Bhagavan Acharya in listening to it. Text 94. All the Vaishnavas praised the drama, saying, very good, very good. They also desired that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu hear the drama. Text 95. Customarily, anyone who composed a song, verse, literary composition, or poem about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first had to bring it to Swarupa Damodara Gosvāmī to be heard. Text 96. If passed by Swarupa Damodara Gosvāmī, it could be a presenter for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to hear. Text 97. If there were a hint that transcendental mellows overlapped in a manner contrary to the principles of the Bhakti culture, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not tolerate it and would become very angry. Purport. Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur quotes the following definition of Rasa Bhasa from the Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu. A mellow temporarily appearing transcendental but contradicting mellows previously stated and lacking some of the mellow's necessities is called Rasa Bhasa, an overlapping mellow. By advanced devotees who know how to taste transcendental mellows, such mellows are called Uparasa, Anurasa, and Aparasa. Thus, the overlapping of transcendental mellows is described as being first grade, second grade, or third grade. When the 12 mellows such as neutrality, survivorship, and friendship are characterized by adverse Thai Bhava, Vibhava, and Anubhava status, they are known as Uparasa submellows. When the 7 indirect transcendental mellows and the tried up mellow of neutrality are produced by devotees and moods not directly related to Krishna and devotional service in aesthetic love, they are described as Anurasa imitation mellows. If Krishna and the enemies who harbor feelings of opposition toward him are respectually the object and abodes of the mellow of slaughter, the resulting feelings are called aparasa, opposing mellows. Experts in distinguishing one mellow from another sometimes accept some overlapping transcendental mellows as rasas due to their being pleasurable and tasteful. Śrīla Vishwanath Chakravarti Ṭhākura says, Paraspara Vairyor Adi Yogas Tada Rasabhasa. When two opposite transcendental mellows overlap, they produce rasabhasa or an overlapping of transcendental mellows. Text 98. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not hear anything before Swarupa Damodara heard it first. The Lord made this etiquette a regulative principle. Text 99. Bhagavan Acharya submitted to Swarupa Damodara Gosvāmī, a good Brahmana has prepared a drama about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that appears exceptionally well composed. Text 100. First, you hear it, and if it is acceptable to your mind, I shall request Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to hear it. Text 101. Swarupa Damodara Gosvāmī replied, Dear Bhagavan Acharya, you are a very liberal cowhamper. Sometimes the desire awakens within you to hear any kind of poetry. Text 101. In the writings of so-called poets, there is generally a possibility of overlapping transcendental mellows. When the mellows thus go against the conclusive understanding, no one likes to hear such poetry. But Edward Adva Kavi refers to anyone who writes poetry without knowledge of how to do so. Writing poetry, especially poetry concerning the Vaishnava conclusion, is very difficult. If one writes poetry without proper knowledge, there is every possibility that the mellows will overlap. When this occurs, no launch or advanced Vaishnavas will like to hear it. Text 103. A so-called poet who has no knowledge of transcendental mellows and the overlapping of transcendental mellows cannot cross the ocean of the conclusions of devotional service. Text 104 to 105. A poet who does not know the grammatical regulative principles, who is unfamiliar with metaphorical ornaments, especially those employed in drama, and who does not know how to present the pastimes of Lord Krishna, is condemned. Moreover, the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are especially difficult to understand. Text 106. One who has accepted the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as his life and soul can describe the pastimes of Lord Krishna or the pastimes of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 107. Hearing the poetry of a person who has no transcendental knowledge and who writes about the relationships between man and woman simply causes unhappiness, whereas hearing the words of a devotee fully absorbed in aesthetic love causes great happiness. Purport. Gramya Kavi refers to a poet or writer such as the authors of novels and other fiction who write only about the relationships between man and woman. Vidagdha Atmiya Vakya, however, refers to words written by a devotee who fully understands pure devotional service. Such devotees who follow the Parampara system are sometimes described as Sajati Asaya Snigdha are pleasing to the same class of people. Only the poetry and other writings of such devotees are accepted with great happiness by devotees. Text 108. The standard for writing dramas has been set by Rupa Gosvāmī. If a devotee hears the introductory portions of his two dramas, they enhance his transcendental pleasure. Text 109. Despite the explanation of Swarupa Damodara, Bhagavan Acharya requested, please hear the drama once. If you hear it, you can consider whether it is good or bad. Text 110. For 2 or 3 days, Bhagavan Acharya continually asked Swarupa Damodara Goswami to hear the poetry. Because of his repeated requests, Swarupa Damodara Goswami wanted to hear the poetry written by the Brahmana from Bengal. Text 111. Swarupa Damodara Goswami sat down with other devotees to hear the poetry, and then the poet began to read the introductory verse. Text 112. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has assumed a golden complexion and has become the soul of the body named Lord Jagannath, whose blooming lotus eyes are widely expanded. Thus he has appeared in Jagannath Puri and brought dull matter to life. May that Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Deva bestow all good fortune upon you. Text 130. When everyone present heard the verse, they all condemned the poet, but Swarupa Damodara Goswami requested him, kindly explain this verse. Text 114. The poet said, Lord Jagannath is the most beautiful body, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is exceptionally great, is the owner of that body. Purport. Sariri refers to a person who owns a sarira or body as stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Dehinosmin yata dehe kaumaram yavvanam jara tada dehantara praptir tirastatra ankyate. As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. For the ordinary living being in material existence, there is a division or distinction between the body and the owner of the body. In spiritual existence, however, there is no such distinction, for the body is the owner himself and the owner is the body itself. In spiritual existence, everything must be spiritual. Therefore, there is no distinction between the body and its owner. Text 115. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has appeared here in Nilachala, Jagannath Puri, to spiritualize the entire material world. Text 116. Hearing this, everyone present was greatly happy, but Swarupa Damodara, who alone was very unhappy, began to speak in great anger. Text 117. You are a fool, he said. You have brought ill fortune upon yourself, for you have no knowledge of the existence of the two lords, Jagannatha Deva and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, not have faith in them. Text 118. Lord Jagannath is completely spiritual and full of transcendental bliss, but you have compared him to a dull, destructible body composed of the inert external energy of the Lord. Purport. If one thinks that the form of Lord Jagannath is an idol made of wood, he immediately brings ill fortune into his life. According to the direction of the Padma Purana, Achay Vishnu Silahi Yasyava Narakisa. Anyone who considers the deity in the temple to be made of stone or wood is a resident of hell. Thus, one who thinks that the body of the Lord Jagannath is made of matter and who distinguishes between Lord Jagannath's body and his soul is condemned, for he is an offender. A pure devotee who knows the science of Krishna consciousness makes no distinction between Lord Jagannatha and his body. He knows that they are identical just as Lord Krishna and his soul are one and the same. When one's eyes are purified by devotional service performed on the spiritual platform, one can actually envision Lord Jagannatha and his body as being completely spiritual. The advanced devotee therefore does not see the worshipable deity as having a soul within a body like an ordinary human being. There is no distinction between the body and the soul of Lord Jagannatha. For Lord Jagannatha is Satchidananda Vigraha, just as the body of Krishna is Satchidananda Vigraha. There is actually no difference between Lord Jagannatha and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but the ignorant poet from Bengal applied a material distinction to the body of Lord Sri Chaitanya. Text 119. You have calculated Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, full in six opulences, to be on the level of an ordinary living being. Instead of knowing him as a supreme fire, you have accepted him as a spark. In the Upanishads, it is said, Tatagner Vishpulinga Vivacharanti. The living entities are like parts of fire, and his lordship, the supreme personality of Godhead, is considered the original great fire. When we hear this Shrutivakya or message from the Vedas, we should understand the distinction between the Supreme Lord Krishna and the living entities. A person under the control of the external energy, however, cannot understand that distinction. Such a person cannot understand that the Supreme Person is the original great fire, whereas the living entities are simply small fragmental part of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, the living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with these six senses, which include the mind. There is a distinction between the body and the soul of the materially existing living being. But because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Jagannatha do not possess material bodies, there is no distinction between their bodies and souls. On the spiritual platform, body and soul are identical. There is no distinction between them. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, this is the divinity of the personality of Godhead. He is not affected by the qualities of material nature, even though he is in contact with them. Similarly, the devotees who have taken shelter of the Lord cannot be influenced by the material qualities. His Lordship, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is unaffected by the influence of the three modes of material nature. Indeed, his devotees are also unpolluted by the influence of the external energy because they engage in the service of his Lordship. Even the very body of a devotee becomes spiritualized, just as an iron rod put into fire becomes as qualified as fire because it becomes red hot and will immediately burn anything it touches. Therefore, the poet from Bengal committed a great offense by treating Lord Jagannath's body and Lord Jagannatha, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as two different entities, material and spiritual. As if the Lord were an ordinary living being, the Lord is always the master of the material energy. Therefore, he is not doomed to be covered by the material energy like an ordinary living entity. Text 120. Swarupa Damodara continued, because you have committed an offense to Lord Jagannatha and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you will attain a hellish destination. You do not know how to describe the absolute truth, but nevertheless you have tried to do so. Therefore, you must be condemned. Purport. The Brahmana poet from Bengal was an offender in the estimation of Swarupa Damodara Gosvāmī. For although the poet had no knowledge of the absolute truth, he had nevertheless tried to describe it. The Bengali poet was an offender to both Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Jagannath, because he had made a distinction between Lord Jagannatha's body and his soul, and because he had indicated that Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was different from Lord Jagannatha. He had committed offences to them both. A Tattvajna refers to one who has no knowledge of the absolute truth or who worships his own body as a supreme personality of Godhead. If an Ahambro Pasaka Mayavada, a person engaged in future activities or a person interested only in sense gratification, describes the absolute truth, he immediately becomes an offender. Text 121. You are in complete illusion, for you have distinguished between the body and the soul of his lordship. Lord Jagannatha or Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that is a great offense. Purport. When one differentiates between the body and the soul of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he immediately becomes an offender. Because the living entities in the material world are generally covered by material bodies, the body and soul of an ordinary human being cannot be identical. The Supreme Lord bestows the fruits of one's activities, for he is the Lord of the results of future action. He is also the cause of all causes, and he is the master of the material energy. Therefore, he is supreme. An ordinary living being, however, in this material condition experiences the results of his own future activities and therefore falls under their influence. Even in the liberated stage of Brahma Buddha identification, he engages in rendering service to his lordship. Thus, there are distinctions between an ordinary human being and the Supreme Lord. Karmis and Jnanis who ignore these distinctions are offenders against the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. An ordinary human being is prone to be subjugated by the material energy, whereas his Lordship and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Krishna, or Lord Jagannatha, is always the master of the material energy and is therefore never subject to its influence. His Lordship, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has an unlimited spiritual identity, never to be broken. Whereas the consciousness of the living entity is limited and fragmented, the living entities are fragmented portions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead eternally. Mama Mamai Vamso Jiva Loke Jiva Bhutta Sanatana. It is not that they are covered by the material energy in conditioned life, but become one with the Supreme Personality of Godhead when freed from the influence of material energy. Such an idea is offensive. According to the concentrations of Mayavadi fools, the Supreme Personality of Godhead accepts a material body when he appears in the material body. A Vaishnava, however, must perfectly well that for Krishna, Lord Jagannatha, or Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Unlike for ordinary human beings, there is no distinction between the body and the soul. Even in the material world, his lordship retains his spiritual identity. Therefore, Lord Krishna exhibited all opulences even in his childhood body. There is no distinction between the body and the soul of Krishna, whether he is in his childhood body or in his youthful body. He is always identical with his body. Even though Krishna appears like an ordinary human being, he is never subjected to the rules and regulations of the material world. He is Swaran or fully independent. He can appear in the material world, but contrary to the offensive conclusion of the Mayavadas, he has no material body. In this connection, one may again refer to the above mentioned verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. The Supreme Person has an eternal spiritual body if one tries to distinguish between the body and the soul of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He commits a great offense. Text 122. At no time is there a distinction between the body and the soul of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. His personal identity and his bodies are made of blissful spiritual energy. There is no distinction between them. Purport. Lord Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaja, is Advaya Jnana. In other words, there is no distinction between his body and his soul. For his existence is completely spiritual. According to the verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, beginning with the words Vadanti Tattva Vidastatvam, the absolute truth is always to be understood from three angles of vision as Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Unlike the objects of the material world, however, the absolute truth is always one and always the same. Thus, there is no distinction between his body and his soul. His form, name, attributes, and pastimes, therefore, are completely distinct from those of the material world. One should know perfectly well that there is no difference between the body and the soul of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When one conceives of a distinction between his body and his soul, one is immediately conditioned by material nature. Because a person in the material world makes such distinctions, he is called Bhaddhajiva or a conditioned soul. Text 123. There is no distinction between the body and the soul of the Supreme Personality of Godhead at any time. Purport. This quotation, which is included in the Laghu Bhagavatamrta, is from Kurma Purana. Text 124 to 125. O my Lord, I do not see a form superior to your present form of eternal bliss and knowledge. In your impersonal Brahman effulgent in the spiritual sky, there is no occasional change and no deterioration of internal potency. I surrender unto you because whereas I am proud of material body and senses, your lordship is the cause of the cosmic manifestation. Yet you are untouched by matter purposely. This present form or any transcendental form expanded by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, is equally auspicious for all the universes. Since you have manifested this eternal personal form upon whom your devotees meditate, I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Those who are destined to be dispatched to the path of hell neglect your personal form because of speculating on material topics. These verses from Srimad Bhagavatam were spoken by Lord Brahma. Text 126. Whereas Krishna, the absolute truth, the supreme personality of Godhead, is full of transcendental bliss, possesses all six spiritual opulences in full, and is the master of the material energy. The small conditioned soul who is always unhappy is a servant of the material energy. Purport. The living entity is an ever-conditioned servant of the material energy, whereas Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the master of the material energy. How then could they be on an equal level? There can be no comparison between them. His lordship is always in the happy condition of a transcendental bliss, whereas the conditioned soul is always unhappy because of his contact with the material energy. The Supreme Lord controls the material energy and the material energy controls the conditioned soul. There is therefore no comparison between the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the ordinary living entities. Text 126. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supreme Controller, is always full of transcendental bliss and is accompanied by the potencies known as Radhani and Samvit. The conditioned soul, however, is always covered by ignorance and embarrassed by the threefold mysteries of life. Thus is a treasure house of all kinds of tribulations. Purport. This verse is found in Sridhara Swami's Bhavarta Deepika, wherein he quotes Sri Vishnu Swami, text 128. Hearing this explanation, all the members of the assembly were struck with wonder. Swarupa Damodara Goswami has spoken the real truth, they admitted. The Brahmana from Bengal has committed an offense by wrongly describing Lord Raghunātha and Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 129. When the Bengali poet heard this chastisement from Swarupa Damodara Goswami, he was ashamed, fearful, and astonished. Indeed being like a jerk in a society of white swans, he could not say anything. Text 130. Seeing the poet's unhappiness, Swarupa Damodara Goswami, who was naturally very kind-hearted, advised him so that he could derive some benefit. Text 131. If you want to understand Srimad Bhagavatam, he said, you must approach a self-realized Vaishnava and hear from him. You can do this when you have completely taken shelter of the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Purport. Herein Swarupa Damodara Goswami instructs the poet from Bengal to hear Srimad Bhagavatam from a pure Vaishnava and learn from him. In India especially, there is now a class of professional Bhagavatam readers whose means of livelihood is to go from village to village, town to town, reading Bhagavatam and collecting dakshina or rewards in the form of money or goods, like umbrellas, cloth, and food. Thus, there is now a system of Bhagavata business with the recitations called Bhagavata Saptaha that continue for 1 week. Although this is not mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam. Now here the Srimad Bhagavatam says that the Bhagavatam should be learned for 1 week from professionals. Rather, Srimad Bhagavatam says Shravatam Swakata Krishna Punya Shravana Kirtana. One should regularly hear Srimad Bhagavatam from a self-realized Vaishnava. By such hearing, one becomes pious. As one thus hears the Bhagavatam regularly and sincerely, his heart is purified of all material contamination. By regularly hearing the Bhagavatam and by rendering of service to the pure devotee, all that is troublesome to the heart is almost completely destroyed, and loving service unto the personality of Godhead who is prized with transcendental songs is established as an irrevocable fact. This is a proper process, but people are accustomed to being misled by professional Bhagavatam reciters. Therefore, Swarupa Damodara Goswami here advises that one should not hear Srimad Bhagavatam from professional reciters. Instead, one must hear and learn the Bhagavatam from a self-realized Vaishnava. Sometimes it is seen that when a Mayavati sannyasi reads the Bhagavatam, flocks of men go to hear regularly of words that cannot awaken their dormant love for Krishna. Sometimes people go to see professional dramas and offer food and money to the players who are expert at collecting these offerings very nicely. The result is that the members of the audience remain in the same position of Griham and the Kupam, family affection, and do not awaken their love for Krishna. The Bhagavatam it is said, Mandyutna Krishna Parata Svatova Mito Vipatyata Gruhavratanam. The Gruhavratas, those who are determined to continue following the materialistic way of life, will never awaken the dormant love of Krishna. For they hear the Bhagavatam only to solidify their position in household life and to be happy in family affairs and sex. Condemning this process of hearing the Bhagavatam from professionals, Swarupa Damodara Goswami says, to understand the Srimad Bhagavatam, you must approach a self-realized Vaishnava. One should reasonably avoid hearing the Bhagavatam from a Mayavadi or other non-devotee who simply performs a grammatical jugglery of words to twist some meaning from the text, collect money from the innocent public, and thus keep people in darkness. Swarupa Damodara Goswami strictly prohibits the behavior of the materialistic so-called hearers of Srimad Bhagavatam. Instead of awakening real love for Krishna, such hearers of the Bhagavatam become more and more attached to household affairs and sex life. One should hear Srimad Bhagavatam from a person who has no connection with material activities, or in other words, from a Paramahamsa Vaishnava, one who has achieved the highest stage of sannyasa. This, of course, is not possible unless one takes shelters of the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Srimad Bhagavatam is understandable only for one who can follow in the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 133. Swarupa Damadara continued, associate regularly with the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. For then only will you understand the waves of the ocean of devotional service. Purport. It is clearly to be understood in this connection that the followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's way of devotional service are eternal associates of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and perfect knowledge of the Absolute Truth. If one immediately follows the principles of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by associating it with his devotees, lusty desires for material enjoyment will vanish from one's heart. Then one will be able to understand the meaning of Srimad Bhagavatam and the purpose of listening to it. Otherwise, such understanding is impossible. Text 133. Only if you follow the principles of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees will your learning be successful. Then you will be able to write about the transcendental pastimes of Krishna without material contamination. Text 134. You have composed this introductory verse to your great satisfaction, but the meaning you have expressed is contaminated by offenses to both Lord Raghunātha and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 135. You have written something irregular, not knowing the regulatory principles, but the goddess of learning Saraswati has used your words to offer her prayers to the Supreme Lord. Purport. Swarupa Damodar Gosvāmī informed the Bengali poet, because of your ignorance and your learning toward Mayavada philosophy, you cannot distinguish the difference between the Mayavada and Vaishnava philosophies. Therefore, the process you have adopted to praise Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Jagannatha does not follow the proper system. Indeed, it is irregular and offensive. Fortunately, however, through her words, the goddess of learning, Mother Saraswati, has tactfully offered her prayers to her master, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 136. Sometimes demons and even Lord Indra and the King of Heaven chastised Krishna, but Mother Saraswati, taking advantage of their words, offered prayers to the Lord. Text 137. Lord Indra said, this Krishna, who is an ordinary human being, is talking to childish, impudent, and ignorant. Although he thinks himself very learned, the cowherd men in Vrindavan have offended me by accepting him. This has not been greatly appreciated by me. Purport. This verse is from Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 138. Indra, the king of heaven, being too proud of his heavenly opulences, become like a madman. Thus, bereft of his intelligence, he could not restrain himself from speaking nonsensically about Krishna. Text 139. Thus, Indra thought, I have properly chastised Krishna and defamed him. But Saraswati, the goddess of learning, took this opportunity to offer prayers to Krishna. Text 140. The word Vajula is used to refer to a person who can speak according to Vedic authority, and the word Balisha means innocent. Krishna spoke the Vedic knowledge, and he always presents himself as a prideless, innocent boy. Text 141. When there is no one else to receive obeisances, one may be called Anambra, or one who offers obeisances to no one. This is the meaning of the word Stabda, and because no one is found to be more learned than Krishna, he may be called Ajna, indicating that nothing is unknown to him. Text 142. The word Panditamani can be used to indicate that Krishna is honored even by learned scholars. Nevertheless, because of affection for his devotees, Krishna appears like an ordinary human being and may therefore be called Anthya. Text 143. The demon Jarasandha chastised Krishna, saying, you are the lowest of human beings. I shall not fight with you, for you killed your own relatives. Purport. In this verse also, Mother Saraswati offers prayers to Krishna. The word Purusha Adhama refers to the personality of Godhead, under whom all other persons remain, or in other words, Purusha Uttama, the best of all living beings. Similarly, the word Bandhuhan means the killer of Maya. In the conditioned state of life, one is closely related with Maya as a friend. But when one comes in contact with Krishna, one is freed from that relationship. Text 144. Mother Saraswati takes Purushadama to mean Purushottama. He to whom all men are subordinate. Text 145. Besides, our Maya may be called Bandhu because she entangles everyone in the material world. Therefore, by using the word Bandhuhan, Mother Saraswati says that Lord Krishna is the vanquisher of Maya. Purport. Everyone is entangled in the illusory energy, but as stated in the Bhagavad Gita, as soon as one surrenders to Krishna, he is freed from Maya. Therefore, Krishna may be called Bandhuhan, the killer of Maya. Text 145.
Whenever you want, I can.
You can cuttings.
146.
Text 146. Shishupala also blasphemed Krishna in this way, but the goddess of learning, Saraswati, offered her prayers to Krishna even by his words. Text 147. In that way, although your verse is blasphemous according to your meaning, Mother Saraswati has taken advantage of it to offer prayers to the Lord. Text 148. There is no difference between Lord Jagannatha and Krishna, but here Lord Jagannatha is fixed as the absolute person appearing in wood. Therefore, he does not move. Text 149. Thus, Lord Jagannatha and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, although appearing as two, are one, because they are both Krishna, who is one alone. Text 150. The supreme desire to deliver the entire world meets in the two of them, and for that reason also, they are one and the same. Text 151. To deliver all the materially contaminated people of the world, that same Krishna has descended in the moving form of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 152. By visiting Lord Jagannatha, one is freed from material existence, but not all men of all countries can come or be admitted here in Jagannatha Puri. Text 153. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, however, moves from one country to another, personally or by his representative. Thus, he, as the moving Brahman, delivers all the people of the world. Text 154. Thus, I have explained the meaning intended by Mother Saraswati, the goddess of learning. It is your great fortune that you have described Lord Jagannatha and Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in that way. Text 155. Sometimes it so happens that one who wants to chastise Krishna utters the holy name, and thus the holy name becomes the cause of his liberation. Text 156. Upon hearing this proper explanation by Swarup Damodar Gosvāmī, the Bengali poet fell down at the feet of all the devotees and took shelter of them with a straw in his mouth. Text 157. Thereupon, all the devotees accepted his association. Explaining his humble behavior, they introduced him to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 158. By the mercy of the devotees of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that poet from Bengal gave up all other activities and stayed with them at Jagannath Puri. Who can explain the mercy of the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Text 159. I have thus described the narration concerning Pradyumna Mishra and how, following the order of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he listened to discourses about Krishna spoken by Ramananda Raya. Text 160. Within the narration, I have explained the glorious characteristics of Sri Ramananda Raya, through whom Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally described the limits of ecstatic love for Krishna. Text 161. In the course of the narration, I have also told about the drama by the poet from Bengal. Although he was ignorant, because of his faith and humility, he nevertheless obtained shelter at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
Text 162. The pastime of Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are the essence of nectar. From the stream of one of his pastimes flow hundreds and thousands of branches. Text 163. Anyone who reads and hears these pastimes with faith and love can understand the truth about devotional service, devotees, and the transcendental mellows of the pastimes of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 164. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunātha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishna Dāsa, narrate Sri Chaitanya Caritamrta, following in their footsteps. Purport. Thus end the Bhakti Vedanta purports to Sri Chaitanya Caritamrta, Anthya lila, 5th chapter, describing how Pradyumna Mishra received instructions from Ramananda Raya. Chapter 6. The meeting of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Raghunath Das Goswami. A summary of this chapter is given by Bhaktivinoda Ṭhākura in his Amurta Pravaga Bhashya as follows. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went into his transcendental fits of ecstatic love, Ramananda Raya and Swarup Damodara Goswami attended to him and satisfied him as he desired. Raghunath Das Goswami had been attempting to come to the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for a long time. And finally, he left his home and met the Lord. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had gone to Santipura on his way to Vrindavana, Raghunath Das Goswami had offered to dedicate his life at the Lord's lotus feet. In the meantime, however, a Muslim official became envious of dāsa, Raghunath Dasa Goswami's uncle, and induced some big official court minister to have him arrested. Thus, dāsa left his home, but by the intelligence of Raghunath Dasa, the understanding was mitigated. Then Raghunath Dasa went to Panihati, and following the order of Nityananda Prabhu, he observed a festival, Chittadahi Magotsava, by distributing chipped rice mixed with yogurt. The day after the festival, Nityananda Prabhu gave Raghunath Dasa the blessing that he would very soon attain the shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. After this incident, Raghunātha Dasa, with the help of his priest, whose name was Yadunanda Acharya, got out of his house by trickery and thus ran away. Not touching the general path, Raghunath Dasa Goswami secretly went to Jagannath Puri. After 12 days, he arrived in Jagannath Puri at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu entrusted Raghunath Das Goswami to Swarup Damodara Goswami. Therefore, another name for Raghunātha Das Goswami is Swarupera Raghu, or the Raghunātha of Swarupa Damodara. For 5 days, Raghunātha Das Goswami took prasadam at the temple, but later he would stand at the Simhadwara gate and eat only whatever he could gather by alms. Later, he lived by taking alms from various chatras or food distributing centers. When Raghunatha's father received news of this, he sent some men and money, but Raghunath Das Goswami refused to accept the money. Understanding that Raghunath Das Goswami was living by begging from the chatras, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu presented him with his own Kunjamala and a stone from Govardhana hill. Thereafter, Raghunath Das Goswami used to eat rejected food that he had collected and washed. This renounced life greatly pleased both Swarup Damodara Goswami and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took by force some of the same food, thus blessing Raghunath Das Goswami for his renunciation. Text 1. With the robes of his causeless mercy, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu employed a trick to deliver Raghunātha Gosvāmī from the blind well of contemptible family life. He made Raghunātha Gosvāmī one of his personal associates, placing him under the charge of Swarup Damodara Gosvāmī. I offer my obeisances unto him. Text 2. All glories to Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda. All glories to Sri Advaita Acharya. All glories to all the devotees of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 3. Thus, Lord Gaurachandra performed various pastimes with his associates at Jagannath Puri in varieties of transcendental pleasure. Text 4. Although Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt pangs of separation from Krishna, he did not manifest his feelings externally, for he feared the unhappiness of his devotees. Text 5. The transformations undergone by the Lord when he manifested severe unhappiness due to separation from Krishna cannot be described. Text 6. When the Lord acutely felt pangs of separation from Krishna, only Sri Ramananda Raya's talks about Krishna and the sweet songs of Swarup Damodara kept him alive. Text 7. Because the Lord associated with various devotees during the day, his mind was somewhat diverted. But at night, the pangs of separation from Krishna increased very rapidly. Text 8. Two people, Ramananda Raya and Swarupa Damodara Gosvāmī, stayed with the Lord to pacify him by reciting various verses about Krishna's pastimes and by singing appropriate songs for his satisfaction. Text 9. Previously, when Lord Krishna was personally present, Subala, one of his coward boyfriends, gave him happiness when he felt separation from Radharani. Similarly, Ramananda Raya helped give happiness to Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 10. Previously, when Srimati Radharani felt the pangs of separation from Krishna, her constant companion Lalita kept her alive by helping her in many ways. Similarly, when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt Radharani's emotions, Swarup Damodara Gosvāmī helped him maintain his life. Text 11. To describe the fortunate position of Ramananda Raya and Swarupa Damodara Gosvāmī is extremely difficult. They were renowned as intimately confidential friends of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 12. The Lord thus enjoyed his life with his devotees. Oh, devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, now hear how Raghunātha Gosvāmī met the Lord. Text 13. When Raghunātha, during his family life, went to meet Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at Santipura, the Lord gave him worthy instructions by his causeless mercy. Text 14. Instead of becoming a so-called renunciant, Raghunātha, following the instructions of the Lord, returned home and played exactly like a pounds and shillings man. Text 15. Raghunātha was inwardly completely renounced, even in family life, but he did not express his renunciation externally. Instead, he acted just like an ordinary businessman. Seeing this, his father and mother were satisfied. Text 16. When he received a message that Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had returned from Mathura city, Raghunātha endeavored to go to the lotus feet of the Lord. Text 17. At that time, there was a Muslim official collecting the taxes of Saptagrama. Purport. Formerly, when the Muslim government was in power, the person appointed tax collector would collect the taxes of the local zamindars or landlords. He would keep 1/4 of the collection for himself as a profit, and the balance he would deliver to the treasury of the government. Text 18. When Dāsa, Raghunātha's uncle, made an agreement with the government to collect taxes, the Muslim Chaudhry or tax collector, having lost his position, became extremely envious of him. Text 19. Dāsa was collecting 2 million coins and therefore should have delivered 1.5 million to the government. Instead, he was giving only 1.2 million, thus making an extra profit of 300,000 coins. Seeing this, the Muslim Chaudhry, who was a Turk, became his rival. Text 20. After sending a confidential account to the government treasury, the Chaudhry brought the minister in charge. The Chaudhry came wanting to arrest Dāsa, but Dāsa had left home. Therefore, the Chaudhry arrested Raghunātha. Text 21. Every day, the Muslim would chastise Raghunātha and tell him, "Bring your father and his elder brother, otherwise you will be punished." Text 22. The Chaudhry wanted to beat him, but as soon as he saw Raghunatha's face, his mind changed and he could not beat him. Text 23. Indeed, the Chaudhry was afraid of Raghunātha because Raghunātha belonged to the Kayastha community. Although the Chaudhry would chastise him with oral vibrations, he was afraid to beat him. Purport. Raghunātha belonged to a very aristocratic family of Kayastha community. He had substantial influence with the local people, and therefore the Chaudhry or minister was afraid to beat him. Superficially, he would chastise Raghunātha with threatening vibrations, but he did not beat him. The members of Kayastha community in India are generally very intelligent and expert in business management. Formerly, they were mostly government officers. They were mentioned even in Yajnavalkya, as quoted by Śrīla Bhaktivinoda Ṭhākura in his Amrita Pravaga Bhashya. Chata Tashkara Dhruvutai Maha Sagashikadibihi Pidyummana Prajarakshet Kayastaischa Vishestaha. From this verse, it appears that the governmental officials of the Kayastha community would sometimes chastise the citizens, and thus it was the duty of the king to protect the people in general from the atrocities of Kayasthas. In Bengal, the Kayastha community is honored almost as much as the Brahmana community. But in the upcountry of India, the Kayasthas are considered Sudras because they generally eat meat and drink wine. In any case, from history, the Kayasthas appear very intelligent. Thus, the Muslim Chaudhry was afraid of Raghunātha because he belonged to the Kayastha community. Text 24. While this was going on, Raghunātha thought of a tricky method of escape. Thus, he humbly submitted this plea at the feet of the Muslim Chaudhry. Text 25. My dear sir, my father and his elder brother are your brothers. All brothers always fight about something. Text 26. Sometimes brothers fight among themselves, and sometimes they have very friendly dealings. There is no certainty when such changes will take place. Thus, I am sure that although today you are fighting, tomorrow you three brothers will be sitting together in peace. Text 27. Just as I am my father's son, so I am also yours. I am your dependent and you are my maintainer. Text 28. For a maintainer to punish the person he maintains is not good. You are expert in all scriptures. Indeed, you are like a living saint. Text 29. When the Muslim heard Raghunātha Dasa's appealing voice, his heart softened. He began to cry and tears glided down his beard. Text 30. The Muslim Chaudhry told Raghunātha Dasa, "You are my son from this day on. Today, by some means, I shall have you released." Text 31. After informing the minister, the Chaudhry released Raghunātha Dasa and then began to speak to him with great affection.
Text 32. Your father's elder brother is less intelligent, he said. He enjoys 800,000 coins, but since I'm also a shareholder, he should give some portion of it to me. Text 33. Now you go arrange a meeting between me and your uncle. Let him do whatever he thinks best. I shall completely depend on his decision. Text 34. Raghunātha Dasa arranged a meeting between his uncle and the Chaudhry. The matter was settled and everything was peaceful. Text 35. In this way, Raghunātha Dasa passed 1 year exactly like a first-class business manager. But the next year, he again decided to leave home. He got up alone one night and left, but his father caught him in a distant place and brought him back. This became almost a daily affair. Raghunātha would run away from home and his father would bring him back. Then Raghunātha Dasa's mother spoke to his father as follows. Our son has become mad, she said. Just keep him by binding him with ropes. His father was very unhappy, replied to her as follows. Raghunātha Dasa, our son, has opulence like Indra, the heavenly king, and his wife is as beautiful as an angel. Yet all this could not tie down his mind. How could we keep this boy home by binding him with ropes? It is not possible even for one's father to nullify the reactions of one's past activities. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu has fully bestowed his mercy on him. Who can keep home such a madman of Chaitanya Chandra? Then Raghunātha Dasa considered something in his mind, and the next day he went to Nityananda Gosvāmī. In the village of Panihati, Raghunātha Dasa obtained an interview with Nityananda Prabhu, who was accompanied by many Kirtan performers, servants, and others. Sitting on a rock under a tree on the bank of the Ganges, Lord Nityananda seemed as effulgent as hundreds and thousands of rising suns. Many devotees sat on the ground surrounding him. Seeing the influence of Nityananda Prabhu, Raghunātha Dasa was astonished. Raghunātha Dasa offered his obeisances by falling prostrate at a distant place, and the servant of Nityananda Prabhu pointed out, "There is Raghunātha Dasa offering your obeisances." Hearing this, Lord Nityananda Prabhu said, "You are a thief. Now you have come to see me. Come here, come here. Today I shall punish you." The Lord called him, but Raghunātha Dasa did not go near the Lord. Then the Lord forcibly caught him and placed his lotus feet upon Raghunātha Dasa's head. Lord Nityananda was by nature very merciful and funny. Being merciful, he spoke to Raghunātha Dasa as follows. "You're just like a thief. For instead of coming near, you stayed away at a distant place. Now that I have captured you, I shall punish you. Make a festival and feed my associates yogurt and chipped rice." Hearing this, Raghunātha Dasa was greatly pleased. Raghunātha Dasa immediately sent his own men to the village to purchase all kinds of eatables and bring them back. Raghunātha Dasa brought chipped rice, yogurt, milk, sweetmeats, sugar, bananas, and other eatables and placed them all around. As soon as they heard that a festival was going to be held, all kinds of brahmanas and other gentlemen began to arrive. Thus there were innumerable people. Seeing the crowd increasing, Raghunātha dāsa arranged to get more eatables from other villages. He also brought 200 to 400 large round earthen pots. He also obtained 5 or 7 especially large earthen pots, and in these pots a brahmana began soaking chipped rice for the satisfaction of Lord Nityananda. In one place, chipped rice was soaked in hot milk in each of the large pots. Then half of the rice was mixed with yogurt, sugar, and bananas. The other half was mixed with condensed milk and a special type of banana known as chankakala. Then sugar, clarified butter, and camphor were added. After Nityananda Prabhu had changed his cloth for a new one and sat on a raised platform, the Brahmana brought before him the huge 7 pots. On that platform, all the most important associates of Sri Nityananda Prabhu, as well as other important men, sat down in a circle around the Lord. Among them were Ramadasa, Sundarananda, Gandharadasa, Murari, Kamalakari, Sadashiva, and Purandara. Dhananjaya, Jagadisha, Parameshwaradasa, Mahesha, Gauri Dasa, and Hoda Krishna Dasa were also there. Similarly, Ṭhākura and many of their personal associates of the Lord sat on the raised platform with Nityananda Prabhu. No one could count them all. Purport. The devotees mentioned herein are described by Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Ṭhākur in his Anubhashya. For further information, one may consult the following references in the Adi Lila, Ramadasa, chapter 10, text 116 to 180, and chapter 11, text 13 to 16. Sundarananda 11.23, Gadadhara Dasa 10.53, 11, 13, 15, and 11, 17. Murari, the Murari mentioned herein is different from Murari Gupta. His full name is Murari Caitanya Dasa, and he is a personal associate of Nityananda Prabhu. Thus, one should consult chapter 11, text 20, Kamalakari 11.24, Sadashiva 11.38, Purandaradaya 11.28, Dhananjaya 11.31, Jagadisha 11.30, Parameshwara 11.29, Mahesha 11.32, Gauri Dasa 11.26, Hoda Krishna Dasa 11.47, Udharana Datta Ṭhākur 11.4. Hearing about the festival, all kinds of learned scholars, brahmanas, and priests went there. Lord Nityananda Prabhu honored them and made them sit on the raised platform with him. Everyone was offered 2 earthen pots. In one was put chipped rice with condensed milk, and in the other, chipped rice with yogurt. All the other people sat in groups around the platform. No one could count how many people there were. Each and every one of them is supplied 2 earthen pots, one of chipped rice soaked in yogurt and the other of chipped rice soaked in condensed milk. Some of the brahmanas, not having gotten a place on the platform, went to the banks of the Ganga with their 2 earthen pots and soaked their chipped rice there. Others, who could not get a place even on the banks of the Ganges, got down into the water and began eating their 2 kinds of chipped rice. Thus, some sat on the platform, some at the base of the platform, and some on the banks of the Ganges. And they were all supplied 2 pots, each by 20 men who distributed the food. At that time, Raghava Pandita arrived there. Seeing the situation, he began to laugh in great surprise. He brought many kinds of food cooked in ghee and offered to the Lord. This prasadam he first placed before Lord Nityananda and then distributed among the devotees. Raghava Pandita said to Lord Nityananda, "For you, sir, I've already offered food to the deity, but you are engaged in a festival here, and so the food is lying there untouched." Lord Nityananda replied, "Let me eat all this food here during the day, and I shall eat at your home at night." I belong to a community of cowherd boys, and therefore I generally have many cowherd associates with me. I am happy when we eat together in a picnic like this by the sandy bank of the river. Lord Nityananda made Raghava Pandita sit down and had 2 pots delivered to him also. There were 2 kinds of chipped rice soaked in them. When chipped rice had been served to everyone, Lord Nityananda Prabhu in meditation brought Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. When Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu arrived, Lord Nityananda Prabhu stood up. They then saw how the others were enjoying the chipped rice with yogurt and condensed milk. From each and every pot, Lord Nityananda Prabhu took 1 morsel of chipped rice and pushed it into the mouth of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu as a joke. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, also smiling, took a morsel of food and pushed it into the mouth of Nityananda and laughed as he made Lord Nityananda eat it. In this way, Lord Nityananda was walking through all the groups of eaters, and all the Vaishnavas standing there were seeing the fun. No one could understand what Nityananda Prabhu was doing as he walked about. Some, however, who were very fortunate could see that Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was also present. Then Nityananda Prabhu smiled and sat down. On his right side, he kept 4 pots of chipped rice that had not been made from boiled paddy. Lord Nityananda offered Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu a place and had him sit down. Then together, the 2 brothers began eating chipped rice. Seeing Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu eating with him, Lord Nityananda Prabhu became very happy and exhibited varieties of ecstatic love. Lord Nityananda Prabhu ordered, "All of you eat, chanting the holy name of Hari." Immediately, the holy names Hari, Hari resounded, filling the entire universe. When all the Vaishnavas were chanting the holy names Hari, Hari and eating, they remembered how Krishna and Balarama ate with their companions, the cowherd boys, on the banks of the Yamuna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Nityananda Prabhu were extremely merciful and liberal. It was Raghunātha Dasa's good fortune that they accepted all these dealings. Who can understand the influence and mercy of Lord Nityananda Prabhu? He is so powerful that he induced Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to come eat chipped rice on the banks of the Ganga. All the confidential devotees, who were cowherd boys headed by Sri Ramadasa, were absorbed in ecstatic love. They thought the bank of the Ganga to be the bank of the Yamuna. When the shopkeepers of many other villages heard about the festival, they arrived there to sell chipped rice, yogurt, sweetmeats, and bananas. As they came, bringing all kinds of food, Raghunātha Dasa purchased it all. He gave them the price for their goods and later fed them the very same food. Anyone who came to see how these funny things were going on was also fed chipped rice, yogurt, and bananas. After Lord Nityananda Prabhu finished eating, he washed his hands and mouth and gave Raghunātha Dasa the food remaining in the 4 pots. There was food remaining in the 3 other big pots of Lord Nityananda, and a Brahmana distributed it to all the devotees, giving a morsel to each. Then a Brahmana brought a flower garland, placed the garland on Nityananda Prabhu's neck, and smeared sandalwood pulp all over his body. When a servant brought betel nuts and offered them to Lord Nityananda, the Lord smiled and chewed them. With his own hands, Lord Nityananda Prabhu distributed to all the devotees whatever flower garlands, sandalwood pulp, and betel nuts remained. After receiving the remnants of food left by Lord Nityananda Prabhu, Raghunātha Dasa was very greatly happy, ate some, and distributed the rest among his associates. Thus, I have described the pastimes of Lord Nityananda Prabhu in relation to the celebrated festival of chipped rice and yogurt. Nityananda Prabhu rested for the day, and when the day ended, he went to the temple of Raghava Pandita and began congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord. Lord Nityananda Prabhu first influenced all the devotees to dance, and finally, he himself began dancing, thus inundating the entire world in ecstatic love. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was observing the dancing of Lord Nityananda Prabhu. Nityananda Prabhu could see this, but the others could not. The dancing of Lord Nityananda Prabhu, like the dancing of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, cannot be compared to anything within these three worlds. No one can properly describe the sweetness of Lord Nityananda's dancing. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally comes to see it. After the dancing and after Lord Nityananda had rested, Raghava Pandita submitted his request that the Lord take supper. Lord Nityananda Prabhu sat down for supper with his personal associates and made a sitting place on his right side for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came there and sat down at his place. Seeing this, Raghava Pandita felt increasing happiness. Raghava Pandita brought the prasadam before the two brothers and thereafter distributed prasadam to all the other Vaishnavas. There were varieties of cakes, sweet rice, fine cooked rice that surpassed the taste of nectar. There were also a variety of vegetables. The food prepared and offered to the deity by Raghava Pandita was like the essence of nectar. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came there again and again to eat such prasadam. When Raghava Pandita offered the food to the deity after cooking, he would make a separate offering for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Every day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would eat at the house of Raghava Pandita. Sometimes he would give Raghava Pandita the opportunity to see him. Raghava Pandita would bring and distribute prasadam to the two brothers, feeding them with great attention. They ate everything, and therefore there were no remnants left. He brought so many presentations that no one could know them perfectly. Indeed, it was a fact that the Supreme Mother, Radharani, personally cooked in the house of Raghava Pandita. Srimati Radharani received from Durvasa Muni the benediction that whatever she cooked would be sweeter than nectar. That is the special feature of her cooking. Aromatic and pleasing to see, the food was the essence of all sweetness. Thus, the two brothers, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Nityananda Prabhu, ate it with great satisfaction. All the devotees present requested Raghava Dāsa to sit down and take prasadam. But Raghava Pandita told them he will take prasadam later. All the devotees took prasadam, filling themselves to the brim. Thereafter, chanting the holy name of Hari, they stood up and washed their hands and mouth. After eating, the two brothers washed their hands and mouths. Then Raghava Pandita brought flower garlands in sandalwood pulp and decorated them. Raghava Pandita offered them betel nuts and worshipped their lotus feet. He also distributed betel nuts, flower garlands, and sandalwood pulp to the devotees. Raghava Pandita, being very merciful towards Raghunātha dāsa, offered him the dishes with the remnants of food left by the two brothers. He said, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has eaten this food. If you take his remnants, you will be released from the bondage of your family. The Supreme Personality of Godhead always resides either in the heart or in the home of a devotee. This fact is sometimes hidden and sometimes manifest, for the Supreme Personality of Godhead is fully independent. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is all-pervasive, and therefore he resides everywhere. Anyone who doubts this will be annihilated. In the morning, after taking his bath in Ganges, Nityananda Prabhu sat down with his associates beneath the same tree under which he had previously sat. Raghunātha dāsa went there and worshipped Lord Nityananda's lotus feet. Through Raghava Pandita, he submitted his desire. I am the lowest of men, the most sinful, fallen, and condemned. Nevertheless, I desire to attain shelter at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Like a dwarf who wants to catch the moon, I have tried my best many times, but I have never been successful. Every time I try to go away and give up my home relationship, my father, mother, unfortunately keep me bound. No one can attain the shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu without your mercy. But if you are merciful, even the lowest of men can attain shelter at his lotus feet. Although I am unfit and greatly afraid to submit this plea, I nevertheless request you, sir, to be especially merciful towards me by granting me shelter at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Placing your feet on my head, give me the benediction that I may achieve the shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu without difficulty. I pray for this benediction. After hearing this appeal by Raghunātha Dasa, Lord Nityananda Prabhu smiled and told all the devotees Raghunātha Dasa's standard of material happiness is equal to that of Indra, the king of heaven. Because of the mercy bestowed upon him by Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, Raghunātha Dasa, although situated in such material happiness, does not like it at all. Therefore, let every one of you be merciful towards him and give him the benediction that he may soon attain shelter at the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu. One who experiences the fragrance of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna does not value even the standard of happiness available in Brahmaloka, the topmost planet. And what to speak of heavenly happiness? Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is offered sublime, poetic prayers by those trying to attain his favor. Thus, he is known as Uttama Shloka. Being ever eager to gain the association of Lord Krishna, King Bharata, although in the prime of youth, gave up his very attractive wife, affectionate children, most beloved friends, and opulent kingdom, exactly as one gives up stool after excreting it. Purport. This verse is from Srimad Bhagavatam 5:14-43. Then Lord Nityananda Prabhu called Raghunātha Dasa near him, placed his lotus feet upon Raghunātha Dasa's head, and began to speak. My dear Raghunātha Dasa, he said, since you arranged a feast on the banks of the Ganges, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu came here just to show you his mercy. By his causeless mercy, he ate the thick rice and milk. Then, after seeing the dancing of the devotees at night, he took his supper. Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Gaura Hari, came here personally to deliver you. Now rest assured that all the impediments meant for your bondage are gone. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu will accept you and place you under the charge of his secretary, Swarupa Damodara. You will thus become one of the most confidential internal servants and will attain shelter at the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Being assured of all this, return to your home. Very soon, without impediments, you will attain shelter at the lotus feet of Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Lord Nityananda had Raghunātha Dasa blessed by all the devotees, and Raghunātha Dasa offered his respects to their lotus feet. After taking leave of Lord Nityananda Prabhu, and then all the other Vaishnavas, Sri Raghunātha Dasa consulted secretly with Raghava Pandita. After consulting with Raghava Pandita, he secretly delivered 100 gold coins and about 7 tolas of gold into the hands of Nityananda Prabhu's treasurer. Raghunātha Dasa admonished the treasurer, do not speak about this to Lord Nityananda Prabhu now, but when he returns home, kindly inform him about this presentation. Thereupon, Raghunātha Raghava Pandita took Raghunātha Dasa to his home. After inducing him to see the deity, he gave Raghunātha Dasa a garland and sandalwood pulp. He gave Raghunātha Dasa a large quantity of prasadam to eat on his way home. Then Raghunātha Dasa again spoke to Raghava Pandita. I want to give money, he said, just to worship the lotus feet of all the great devotees, servants, and subservients of Lord Nityananda Prabhu. As you think fit, give 20, 15, 12, 10, or 5 coins to each of them. Raghunātha Dasa drew up an account of the amount to be spent and submitted it to Raghava Pandita, who then made up a list showing how much money was to be paid to each and every devotee. With great humility, Raghunātha Dasa placed 100 gold coins and about 2 tolas of gold before Raghava Pandita for all the devotees. After taking dust from the feet of Raghava Pandita, Raghunātha Dasa returned to his home, feeling greatly obligated to Lord Nityananda Prabhu because of having received his merciful benediction. From that day on, he did not go into the interior section of the house. Instead, he would sleep on the Durga Mandapa, the place where Mother Durga was worshipped. Yeah, sure.
They need to finish. Can we put him? You want me to put them in? 10 minutes, yeah. 10 minutes. Oh, thank you, madam. Sharp. I'll do that. Okay, all right. Okay. Text 155. From that day on, he did not go into interior section of the house. Instead, he would sleep on the Durga Mandapa, the place where Mother Durga was worshipped. Text 156. There, however, the watchman already kept guard. Raghunath Das was thinking of various means by which to escape their vigilance. Text 157. At that time, all the devotees of Bengal were going to Jagannath Puri to see Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 158. Raghunath Das could not accompany them, for they were so famous that he would have been caught immediately. Text 159 and 160. Thus, Raghunath Das thought deeply about how to escape, and one night, while he was sleeping on the Durga Mandap, the priest Yadunanda Acharya entered the house when only 4 dandas remained until the end of the night. Text 161. Yadunananda Acharya was a priest and spiritual master of Raghunath Das. Although born in a Brahmana family, he had accepted the mercy of Vasudeva Datta. Text 162. Yadunanda Acharya had been officially initiated by Advait Acharya. Thus, he considered Lord Chaitanya his life and soul. Purport. Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Ṭhākura comments that although the atheists would have deviated from the order of Sri Advait Acharya, introduced themselves as followers of Advaita Acharya, they do not accept Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as a supreme personality of Godhead, Krishna. Yadunanda Acharya, one of the most confidential followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, was an initiated disciple of Advaita Acharya. He was not polluted by sentimental distinctions classifying Vaishnavas according to birth. Therefore, although Vasudeva Datta had not been born in the Brahmana family, Yadunananda Acharya had also accepted him as a spiritual master. Text 163. When Yadunanda Acharya entered the house of Raghunath Das and stood in the courtyard, Raghunath Das went there and fell down to offer his obeisances. Text 164. One of the Yadunandana Acharya's disciple had been worshipping the deity but had left that service. Yadunandana Acharya wanted Raghunath Das to induce the disciple to take up that service again. Text 165. Yadunandana Acharya requested Raghunath Das, please induce the Brahmana to resume the service, for there is no other Brahmana to do it. Text 166. After saying this, Yadunandana Acharya took Raghunath Das with him and went out. By that time, all the watchmen were deeply asleep because it was end of night. Text 167. East of the house of Raghunath Das was the house of Yadunandana Acharya. Yadunandana Acharya and Raghunath Das talked together as they went toward that house. Text 168. Halfway along the path, Raghunath Das submitted at the lotus feet of his spiritual master. I shall go to the home of that Brahmana, induce him to return, and send him to your home. Text 169. You may go home without anxiety. Following your order, I shall persuade the Brahmana. On this plea, after asking their permission, Raghunath Das decided to go away. Raghunath Das thought, this is a great opportunity to go away, because this time there are no servants or watchmen with me. Thinking in this way, he quickly proceeded towards the east. Sometime he turned around and looked back, but no one was following him. Thinking of the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Nityananda Prabhu, he left the general path and proceeded with great haste on the one not generally used. Giving up the general path from village to village, he passed through jungles, thinking with heart and soul about the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He walked about 30 miles in one day, and in the evening he took rest in the cowshed of a milkman. When the milkman saw that Raghunath Das was fasting, he gave him some milk. Raghunath Das drank the milk and lay down to rest there for the night. At the house of Raghunath Das, the servant and watchman, not seeing him there, immediately went to inquire about him from his spiritual master Yadunandan Acharya. Yadunandan Acharya said, "He has already asked my permission and returned home." Thus there arose a tumultuous sound as everyone cried, "Now Raghunātha has gone away." Raghunath Das's father said, "Now all the devotees from Bengal have gone to Jagannath Puri to see the Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Raghunath Das has fled with them. 10 men should immediately go to catch them and bring him back." Raghunath Das's father wrote a letter to Shivananda Sen, asking him with great humility, "Please return my son." In Jhankara, 10 men caught up with a group of Vaishnavas going to Nilachal. After delivering the letter, the men inquired from Shivananda Sen about Raghunath Das, but Shivananda Sen replied, "He did not come here." The 10 men returned home, and Raghunath Das's father and mother were filled with anxiety. Raghunath Das, who had been resting at the milkman's house, got up early in the morning. Instead of going to the east, he turned his face south and proceeded. He crossed Chhatrabhog, but instead of going on the general path, he proceeded on the path that went from village to village. Purport: Chhatrabhog, known now as the Chhadakhadi, is in a district of 24 Parganas in West Bengal. It is situated near the celebrated village Jayanagar, Majilapur. Formerly, the Ganges or some of its branches flowed through this region. Sometimes Chhatrabhog is misunderstood to have been a village on the river Kanzai Nadi and Benapola. Not text 186. Not caring about eating, he traveled all day. Hunger was not an impediment, for his mind was concentrated upon obtaining shelter at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sometimes he chewed fried grains, sometimes he cooked, and sometimes he drank milk. In this way, he kept his life and soul together with whatever was available wherever he went. He reached Jagannath Puri in 12 days, but could eat only for 3 days on the way. When Raghunath Das met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord was sitting with his companions headed by Swarup Damodar. Staying at a distant place in the courtyard, staying at the distant place in the courtyard, he fell down to offer obeisances. Then Mukunda Datta said, "Here is Raghunath." As soon as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard these words, he immediately welcomed Raghunath. "Come here," he said. Raghunath Das then clasped the lotus feet of the Lord, but the Lord stood up and embraced